Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Silent Passenger, Uneasy Rest Stop Encounter. The highway stretched out like a dull ribbon swallowed by the night, and I was somewhere close to the middle of nowhere, though I wasn't exactly sure where. I'd been driving for hours, chasing the kind of silence that felt both empty and full at once. You know the kind when the only thing you can hear is your own breath and the occasional creak of your car settling. I told myself I just needed a break, a quick stop to stretch my legs and grab a coffee from the vending machine at the next rest area. The sign for the rest area appeared suddenly, a faded green rectangle glowing weakly under a flickering streetlight. Next services, 45 miles. That didn't make much sense. Why was there a rest stop here at all? It looked like the kind of place that had been built for a traffic pattern that no longer existed. A patch of cracked asphalt surrounded by scraggly grass and a few scruffy bushes. No other cars in sight. Just me. I pulled in and killed the engine. The silence that followed was heavier than before, thick and sticky in the air. My fingers tapped nervously on the steering wheel. I rubbed the back of my neck, feeling the tiny hairs stand up. The vending machine buzzed faintly nearby, its single light blinking on and off, as if it were unsure whether it wanted to be awake or asleep. I glanced around. The rest area was a small concrete shelter with a bench, the paint peeling in long jagged strips. Above the bench, a faded sign read Rest Area, open 24 hours. The letters were chipped, stained with rust that ran like tears down the wall. I could see my breath in the cold air as I stepped out, the chill biting at my skin through my jacket. Then, from the corner of my eye, I noticed a car. A dark sedan parked a little way off, headlights off, engine silent. Its windows were up, but I could just make out a figure inside, sitting still. Watching. I froze. My mind raced through every cliché warning I'd ever heard. Stranger in a car, late at night, isolated spot, textbook setup for trouble. But what kind of trouble? I told myself to breathe, that maybe the guy was just as lost as I was. Maybe he was waiting for a friend or a tow truck. Rational thoughts. I even forced a smile, the kind you use when you want to seem friendly but not stupid. Still, something in the way he sat, perfectly still, almost too still, sent a shiver down my spine. His eyes didn't flicker away when they caught mine through the windshield. He smiled a slow, deliberate curl of the lips, but it didn't reach his eyes. There was nothing warm or kind there. Just cold calculation. I stepped back inside the car and locked the doors, the click sounding far too loud in the stillness. The heat kicked in, but it did little to settle the tight knot in my stomach. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that I was tired and overthinking everything. I could almost hear my own voice, calm and rational, trying to drown out the noise my imagination was making. I glanced in the rearview mirror and caught movement. The man was stepping out of his car now. His smile stayed in place, but his eyes flicked briefly to the empty road behind us. Then back to me. The vending machine spat out a can of soda somewhere in the background, the metallic clink echoing like a gunshot. I swallowed hard, my hands trembling just a little as I reached for my phone. The screen was cracked, the battery low. No signal. Nothing. "Hey," I said quietly, almost to myself. "Why are you following me?" No answer. Just the faint sound of footsteps on gravel, getting closer. The night seemed to hold its breath. And I wished, more than anything, I hadn't stopped at all. The footsteps slowed, then stopped. My heart hammered against my ribs, loud enough to drown out the distant hum of the city lights. I pressed my back against the cold brick wall, every sense straining for a hint of movement. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and something metallic, maybe rust, maybe blood. "Look," I said, voice barely a whisper, "I don't want trouble." My eyes darted to the shadows just beyond the flickering street lamp. "If you're here to scare me, it's not working." A soft chuckle broke the silence, low and uneven, like gravel scraping against pavement. Then a figure stepped forward, just out of reach of the dim light. I couldn't make out much, too dark, too sudden, but the shape was tall, shoulders hunched as if weighed down by something unseen. "You shouldn't have come here," the voice said, rough and unfamiliar, yet oddly familiar at the same time. "Not tonight." "Why?" I swallowed. "What's going on?" There was a pause, long enough for the cold to seep into my bones. Then the figure moved closer, enough that I caught the faintest glimpse of a scar tracing across a weathered cheek. "This town," the voice continued, "it holds secrets. Things people like me are paid to keep buried. You're poking around where you don't belong." I shook my head, confusion twisting into fear. "I'm not looking for trouble. You're already in it." The man stepped back into shadow. "And if you want to walk away, you'll turn around right now. Forget what you saw." I hesitated, the weight of his words settling over me like a shroud. But then something inside me stiffened. Fear was one thing, giving up was another. "No," I said, voice firmer now. "I need to know." The silence that followed was thick and suffocating, broken only by the distant siren wailing through the night. Then, without another word, the footsteps faded away, swallowed by the darkness. I exhaled slowly, my breath visible in the cold air. Alone again, but not safe. Not yet. The cold didn't relent, even as dawn struggled to rise over the jagged horizon. I stepped out from the safety of the wall, each breath a visible puff in the frosty morning. The rest area was deserted now except for the dull hum of a lone street lamp flickering its last sparks before giving up to the sunlight. The man's car was gone. So was the oppressive weight in the air. Yet the unease lingered, like the bitter aftertaste of black coffee you can't quite swallow down. I pulled my jacket tighter and reached for my phone. No signal. Of course. This place was a dead zone for most things, except maybe bad luck. I tried again, tapping the screen until it lit up, but that familiar no service message was all I got. I'd have to find another way. The whole night replayed in my head like a broken record, the distant siren, the man's voice, his warning. I hadn't even asked his name. Could I even trust him? Or was this some cruel game played on strangers who wandered too far off the beaten path? I needed answers. Not just to understand the warning, but to figure out what I was actually walking into. The sun was rising faster now, pushing the gray clouds apart with streaks of pale gold. I glanced at the map on my phone again, hoping for a clue, but all I found was the same stretch of highway, dotted with small towns that looked like forgotten dots on a faded letter. Maybe I could find someone who remembered the man or who knew what he was talking about. I slid into the driver's seat, the leather cold beneath me. The engine roared to life after a few tries, and I pulled back onto the highway, eyes scanning every rearview mirror, every passing car. The road stretched empty before me, but the feeling of being watched hadn't left. It twisted in my gut, sharp and unwelcome. About 20 miles down the road, I pulled into a small diner, a kind of faded, neon-lit relic that looked like it hadn't changed since the 70s. The sign buzzed erratically, flickering open and closed like it couldn't decide. I figured if anyone around here could tell me about strange men and hidden secrets, it'd be someone nursing a coffee at this hour. Inside, the smell hit me first, burnt sugar mixed with stale cigarettes and something faintly metallic. The place was nearly empty, save for a man behind the counter wiping a glass with a rag that had seen better days. He looked up, eyes tired but alert. "Morning," I said, forcing a smile that probably came off more like a grimace. He nodded, not saying much. "You're not from around here?" "No, just passing through," I answered. "Have you seen a man around, maybe a bit rough-looking? Scar on his face?" The man's eyes narrowed, a flicker of something. Was it concern? Passing through. "Maybe." He paused, then added, "Depends on who's asking." I leaned forward, lowering my voice. "Someone told me this town has secrets. Said I was poking where I shouldn't." "Do you know what he meant?" He sighed, the kind of breath that carries years of weariness. "Secrets," he said slowly, "are like shadows here. You don't know they're there until you trip over one." That made me want to ask more, but before I could, the diner's bell jingled and two women walked in, their laughter light but edged with nervousness. The older of the two glanced my way, her eyes sharp and quick, like she was measuring if I was trouble or just lost. I caught her gaze and nodded, hoping to break the ice. She approached cautiously. "You looking for something? Or someone?" I hesitated, then nodded. "Yes. A man. He warned me to leave." Her lips tightened. "Warnings don't come lightly here." That was an understatement. I swallowed down the lump rising in my throat. "Why? What's so dangerous?" She glanced at the counter, then back at me. "Some things people want buried. Sometimes, digging them up stirs up more than dirt." I felt the weight of her words settle like dust on my skin. "Have you seen this man?" I pressed. She shook her head. "No. But I know someone who might. He's been around, old-timer, knows the town's history like the back of his hand. Lives just outside the main road. Can you take me to him?" The woman hesitated, then said, "I can. But it won't be easy. People don't like strangers asking questions. Especially at night." I nodded. "I'm okay with that." She gave a small, grim smile. "Good. You'll need it." We left the diner together, the dawn light feeling colder now, as if the sun itself was reluctant to shine on this place. The woman's name was Marla, and as we drove, she filled the silence with stories of the town, half-truths, rumors, and warnings that seemed to blur together. "There was a fire here, years ago," she said, voice low. "Not the kind that burns buildings. The kind that leaves scars on people." I asked for details, but she only shook her head. "Some things you learn too late." The road narrowed and twisted, trees crowding in on either side like silent sentinels. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the scarred man's face watching me again. The house we reached was small and weather-beaten, perched on the edge of a forest that looked like it swallowed sound whole. A faint smell of wood smoke drifted through the air, and I could hear the distant call of a crow, sharp and unsettling. Marla knocked twice, then once more after a pause. The door creaked open slowly, revealing an old man with pale eyes that seemed to pierce right through me. "You're the one asking questions," he said, voice rough but steady. I nodded, feeling my throat dry. "Yes. I need to know what's really going on here." He studied me for a long moment, then stepped aside. "Come in. But be warned, some truths don't set you free. They tie you down." Inside, the air was thick with dust and the smell of old paper. Books lined every surface, maps and photographs scattered across a table. The old man motioned for me to sit. "Start at the beginning," he said. "And don't stop until you've got the whole story." I did as he said, feeling the gravity of every word sink deeper. The scarred man's warning, The fire Marla mentioned, the silence of this place, it was all connected. And whatever it wasn't just history. It was happening now. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the windows like a restless whisper. I glanced at the clock on the wall. Time was moving faster than I wanted. I had to keep digging, no matter what. Because if I didn't, someone else might disappear into the shadows. And I wasn't sure I could live with that. Then, from somewhere deep inside the house, a faint sound caught my attention, a slow, deliberate tapping, like fingers drumming on wood. "Did you hear that?" I asked. The old man nodded without looking up. They never stopped watching. I swallowed hard, suddenly aware that the real danger wasn't just in the past. It was right here, waiting. Watching me, too. And I wasn't sure how much longer I could keep running. The tapping didn't stop. It was slow, methodical, like a metronome counting down seconds I didn't want to lose. I stiffened, my eyes darting toward the source, down the dim hallway, past stacks of yellowed books and cracked plaster walls. The sound came again, this time sharper, deliberate enough to be a message. Or a warning. "Who's there?" I called out, voice cracking more than I intended. Silence answered me first, then the tapping resumed, louder now, echoing off the wooden floorboards. I swallowed hard, the dust in the air, cold and heavy with silence scratching my throat. The old man's eyes flicked up from the map sprawled across the table. "Don't ignore it," he said. "That sound isn't random. It's a signal, something meant to draw you in. I want to believe it was just a quirk of this house, some creaky old wood settling in the night. But deep down, I knew better. This wasn't about the house. It never was. Why would someone want to?" I started, but the old man cut me off, shaking his head slowly. "Because you're already part of it. You're not a visitor anymore. You've crossed the line. There's no turning back now." I laughed, a short, bitter sound that didn't reach my eyes. Sounds like one of those horror movies. You know, the kind where the poor guy thinks he can walk away but ends up trapped forever. I rubbed my hands over my face, trying to shake off the chill crawling up my spine. But I'm not trapped. I can leave. I just have to get up, walk out that door, and drive away. The old man's gaze didn't waver. "You think it's that simple. But you don't see the threads yet. The way it's all woven around you like a net tightening with every step you take. You can't just walk away, not without consequences." I stared at the cluttered table, at the crumbling photographs and brittle maps. The more I looked, the more the pieces made a disturbing picture. This place, the story the old man was piecing together, it wasn't just about some forgotten tragedy. It was alive. Still moving. And I was caught right in the middle. The tapping stopped abruptly. Silence settled like a heavy blanket, pressing in from every corner of the room. I held my breath, waited for what felt like a lifetime, but nothing came. Then the old man stood slowly, his joints creaking like the house itself. "Come with me," he said, voice low. "There's something you need to see." I hesitated, the urge to run clawing at my insides. But the pull of the unknown was stronger, curiosity, or maybe desperation, pushing me forward. I followed him down the hall, past doorways that opened onto darkness so thick it swallowed the edges of my vision. He stopped in front of a narrow door, the wood swollen with age. With a cautious hand, he pushed it open. Inside was a small room, lit only by a single flickering bulb overhead. Dust particles floated like tiny ghosts in the weak light. On the far wall, pinned up with old rusty nails, was a collection of photographs and notes. Faces stared back at me, some worn and faded, others sharp and recent. Names, dates, places scribbled in uneven handwriting. The old man stepped aside, letting me take it all in. "This," he said, "is the archive. Every person who's crossed this path, every disappearance, every strange sighting. It all leads here." My eyes scanned the images, tracing connections between strangers who'd vanished, drivers who'd stopped at this rest area and never left the same. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. I recognized some of the faces, news stories I'd skimmed over, dismissed. Why? The word slipped out before I could stop it. Why keep all this? What does it mean? The old man's expression darkened. Because the rest area isn't just a place to stop. It's a trap. A crossroads where people get pulled in by something they can't explain, but it's very real. No ghosts, no curses. Just human minds bent to something insidious. I swallowed, the dry air catching at my tongue. Insidious how? What does that even mean? He folded his arms, eyes narrowing. It means someone or something is watching. Waiting. And it's not random. It's precise. Calculated. It's been following you all night. My chest tightened. The memory of the man's car in the parking lot flashed through my mind, the way his eyes had never left me, the smile that didn't reach his eyes. I wanted to tell myself I'd imagined it, that it was paranoia, but I couldn't. The evidence was right here, staring me down. Why me? I asked, voice barely a whisper. Because you stopped. He gestured toward the door. Because you made a choice that put you in this web. And now, if you want out, you have to understand the rules. You have to play the game. I paced the small room, the weight of his words pressing down. There was no clear exit, no easy solution. The roads out weren't safe. I'd already seen the car waiting, engine running, like a predator lurking in the dark. The old man watched me, patient but insistent. What you do next will change everything. You can't undo the night. You can't erase what's happened. I nodded slowly, the truth settling like a stone in my gut. The rest area wasn't just a stop on a lonely highway. It was a junction, a place where choices meant everything, and escape wasn't guaranteed. Outside, the wind picked up again, rattling the window panes with sudden force. The tapping started once more, this time from inside the walls, echoing through the room like a heartbeat. "Ready?" the old man asked. I didn't answer. I couldn't. Because deep down, I knew there was no turning back. Whatever awaited me beyond the door was the point of no return. The smile. The eyes. The silent watcher. All of it was waiting, and this time, I had nowhere to run. The night had settled into a cold, stiff silence, the kind that presses against your skin and seeps into your bones. I swallowed hard. There was no more pretending. No more hoping this was some twisted mistake. The watcher's smile was etched in my mind the way it didn't touch his eyes, blank and glinting cold like broken glass. I didn't want to look outside again, but I knew I had to. The car was still there, parked just beyond the cracked pavement, engine running softly, like some dark beast breathing in the shadows. Ready? The old man's voice was low, steady. His eyes held a strange kind of calm, like he'd been waiting for this moment all his life. I didn't answer. I couldn't. My hands trembled, brushing the rough plaster of the wall. It was colder than I expected, gritty beneath my fingertips like sandpaper. I counted the taps, matching them with my breaths, trying to steady the storm inside. The door creaked open a fraction, and the old man nodded once, slow and deliberate. Then let's not waste time. We stepped out into the night. The air was sharp, carrying the scent of damp earth and something faintly metallic, maybe the leftover rust from the rest area's forgotten pipes. The weak glow of the flickering streetlight made the shadows dance and stretch, twisting the shapes around us. I could hear the distant drone of a truck engine, muffled and far off, but the rest area felt like the center of a still, suffocating void. The man in the car was waiting. His grin widened as we approached, but his eyes stayed hollow, unblinking. He stepped out slowly, hands loose at his sides, like he was ready to dance or disappear at any given moment. "You're finally here," he said, voice smooth but with a rasp underneath. Heavy with something I couldn't name. "I've been watching you for hours. Every stop, every turn. You thought you were alone. You thought you could shake me off." I wanted to speak, to tell him he was wrong, that this was all some terrible mistake. But my voice caught in my throat, thick and useless. Instead, I just stared, trying to read the cracks in his smile, the shadows behind those empty eyes. "Why?" I managed finally, my voice barely more than a whisper. His grin faded just enough to reveal teeth clenched tight. "Because you don't understand. This isn't about you. It's about the road. The places people forget. The spaces between towns where stories go to die." I blinked. The words felt like a puzzle piece shoved into the wrong spot. "I don't follow." He took a step closer, and I could see the faint twitch at the corner of his mouth, a muscle working overtime to hold something back. "You're not the first I've followed here. And you won't be the last. This rest area, it's a crossroads. For people like us. People who get lost, who can't quite find their way." The wind picked up suddenly, whipping leaves and dust around our feet. I shivered, not from the cold. From every part of me screaming to run, but knowing there was nowhere safe to go. "I'm not lost," I said, voice firmer now, trying to push past the fog of panic. "I'm just stopping. That's all." He laughed softly, a sound like dry leaves rustling in a graveyard. "You think it's that simple? You think you can just stop here and walk away? No. Once you enter this place, it gets inside you. Changes you." His words slithered beneath my skin. I wanted to back away, but the old man's steady hand on my shoulder held me rooted in place. His eyes met mine, no more riddles, just a silent warning. "We need to make a choice," he said quietly. "You can try to leave, but he'll be waiting. Outside the rest area, down every road. Or you can face this. Face him. Face what's been following you." I glanced back to the watcher. His smile was gone now, replaced by something colder, sharper. His gaze pinned me like a shadow I couldn't shake. "What do you want from me?" I asked, voice trembling despite my best effort. He tilted his head as if considering. "Not what you want to hear. I want the story you carry. The fragments you hide. The truth you think you bury deep." A surge of anger flared inside me. "I don't owe you anything." "Maybe not," he said. "But you owe yourself the truth. And until you give it, you'll never be free." The old man squeezed my shoulder. "He feeds on silence. On secrets. If you don't speak, he'll keep coming. Keep watching. Until you break." I swallowed again, tasting the bitter tang of fear mixed with something like resolve. There was no running. No hiding. The night had caught me in its web, and I was tangled tight. The watcher stepped closer, his presence a dark weight pressing against my chest. "So," he said, voice low and cold, "what's your story?" I wanted to scream, to shove past both men and race into the blackness, but my legs wouldn't move. The tapping in the walls echoed in my mind, relentless, like a countdown to something worse. I felt the old man's grip tighten, steadying me. "Start talking," he said, "or the road will keep following." I closed my eyes, the night folding in around me like a shroud. The air tasted of rust and rain, and somewhere nearby, a dog barked, sharp and sudden, breaking the silence for a moment. My hands clenched into fists at my sides. This was the point of no return. The rest area wasn't just a stop on a lonely highway. It was a crossroads. And my story was the key. I opened my mouth. The words came out slow, jagged, pieces of myself I tried to hide for years. The watcher listened, his eyes never leaving mine, and for the first time, the smile flickered with something almost human. But the night wasn't done with me yet. A sudden crunch of gravel behind us snapped my head around. Another car approached, headlights piercing the darkness, casting long, frantic shadows. The driver's face was obscured, but the feeling it brought, sharp, electric, set my nerves aflame. The old man's voice was urgent. "You don't have much time." I took a shaky step toward the stranger's light. The watcher's cold gaze followed, unblinking. The road was watching, and it wanted its story told one way or another. I didn't move right away. The man had stepped out of his car, the headlights casting a long shadow across the cracked pavement, stretching toward me like a dark invitation I wasn't sure I wanted to accept. His smile was there, but it didn't quite reach his eyes, those pale, almost too clear eyes that held a strange, unsettling stillness. He didn't say anything. Just stood, hands loose at his sides, as if he'd been rehearsing this moment but forgot his lines. The night air was thick, the kind of thick you could almost taste, a mix of dry dust and an undercurrent of something bitter, maybe burnt rubber or old engine oil. The faint hum of my car's idling engine felt impossibly loud against the silence of the rest area, broken only by a distant, intermittent barking dog somewhere behind the trees. Somewhere beyond the ring of dim orange streetlights, the world felt restless and watching. I swallowed, tried to steady my breathing. My hands trembled just enough to make the keys in my pocket jingle, a small, useless noise, but it anchored me. "Can I help you?" I finally said, voice rough and uneven, like I hadn't spoken in hours. The words felt absurd, like I was trying to negotiate with a shadow. His smile widened. "I was wondering the same thing," he said, voice low, steady, nothing like the threat I'd imagined. More like a curious invitation. "You've been stopping a lot tonight." I blinked. That was it, just that sentence, so casual it almost made me doubt my own senses. I'm just taking a break. Long drive, you know." He nodded slowly, as if that explained everything. I noticed. At the gas station. The diner. The last rest stop, too. His eyes flicked to my rearview mirror. "You've been on the road a long time." I nodded, feeling the weight of those words, the implication that he'd been there, watching every move for hours. Not lost. Not a coincidence. Following. My throat tightened. "Why?" I asked, voice quieter now, the tremor gone but replaced by a cold, creeping clarity. He shrugged, stepping closer, the tips of his fingers brushing the edge of my car door. The metal was cold beneath my palm, grounding me. Some people just don't like being alone on the road. There was a strange tenderness in what he said, like a confession, but it didn't reach the sharp edges of his smile. "I'm not sure that's a good enough reason," I replied, trying to keep my voice even. "Following someone? It's creepy?" He finished for me, chuckling softly. "Yeah, I get that." I wanted to reach for the door handle, to lock myself in and drive away, but the air felt too thick for sudden movements. I realized I was still gripping the keys tightly in my hand, fingers curling around them like a lifeline. "What do you want from me?" I asked, voice low. He looked away for a moment, as if considering. Then, almost too quickly, he said, "I just wanted to talk." His gaze returned to mine, more steady now, less a threat and more a plea. Sometimes, talking to someone who doesn't know you, that's the only way to feel real, you know? The absurdity of it hit me then. This man, this stranger who had followed me across 3 stops, just wanted a conversation. And maybe that was scarier than anything else. The idea that he was so twisted in his loneliness that he mistook stalking for connection. I let out a shaky breath, the tension loosening just a fraction. "I'm sorry," I said. "I'm not really in the mood to talk right now." He nodded, taking a step back, his smile fading into something more neutral. "That's fair." He paused, then added quietly, "You're safe here. For now." Safe. The irony wasn't lost on me. The rest area, a place designed for rest and respite, had become a stage for something else entirely: fear, suspicion, unwanted attention. He turned then, walking back to his car without another word. The heavy click of his door shutting echoed in the still night, louder than expected. I watched the taillights blink twice before the car pulled away, disappearing down the dark stretch of highway. I sat for a long moment after the engine's rumble faded completely, the quiet settling back over the asphalt and the flickering streetlights. The smell of the night air felt different now, cleaner, somehow. The fear had drained out of me, replaced by a tired, aching relief. I thought about the man's words, his loneliness, the way he tried to reach out through the only means he knew. It unsettled me, but it also made me realize something else. I couldn't let fear rewrite my story. Not like this. The road ahead was still long. The night still dark. But I found a strange kind of clarity in that moment. A reminder that people carry their own battles, their own shadows, and sometimes those shadows stretch out and touch others in ways they don't intend. I started the car, the engine's steady growl a small comfort. As I pulled back onto the highway, the horizon slowly brightened with the first hints of dawn. The road was empty now, but I wasn't alone anymore, not really. There was the past, heavy and real, but now there was also a future, fragile and uncertain, waiting just beyond the bend. I drove toward it. The rest area faded behind me, another place on the map, another story that would stay with me not as a nightmare, but as a reminder. Connection, even when it's tangled in fear, can be the most human thing of all. Story 2, Relentless Hauler, the Unblinking Pursuit. I never thought a solo drive across the country would feel so. The highway was mostly empty, save for the occasional car or an impatient motorcycle roaring past. I was somewhere in Indiana, or maybe Ohio. I wasn't exactly keeping track. The GPS had been acting up since I crossed the state line, flickering between recalculating and stubborn silence. It didn't help that the radio was a jumble of static and fading signals, broken by a country ballad that ended abruptly. I switched it off. The hum of the engine was enough. That's when I noticed it. A semi-truck, unmarked and matte black, barreling down the highway behind me. Nothing unusual about a truck, right? Except it kept pace with me like a shadow. No blinking lights, no signs or logos, just a hulking steel presence that seemed to mirror every lane change, every small adjustment in speed. At first, I thought maybe it was coincidence. Highways are predictable, after all. But when I took the exit ramp and the truck followed exactly, my stomach tightened. I glanced in the rearview mirror. The driver was a man, or at least a man-shaped figure, sitting rigidly behind the wheel. His face was pale, almost chalky in the mid-afternoon light, and he never blinked. Not once. His eyes were fixed ahead, unreadable and cold. The sight made my mouth dry. I blinked, probably more than usual, trying to convince myself that it was just a trick of the light or maybe fatigue playing tricks on me. The road stretched out, flat and cruel. Cornfields on either side blurred past, Their dull green and brown hues stretched thin under a sky that was threatening rain but hadn't yet delivered. I reached over to the glove compartment and pulled out a bottle of water, unscrewing the cap slowly, savoring the cool splash against my tongue. My hands trembled just a little, the way they do when you're caught between adrenaline and confusion. I told myself I was imagining things. Maybe the truck was just on a similar route, a coincidence. But the timing, the silence from the driver, the way it never looked away, it set my nerves on edge. I tried to focus on the road, the rhythm of the tires against the pavement. The distant bark of a dog somewhere off the highway reached my ears, followed by the faint smell of burnt rubber or maybe a nearby farm's manure pile. The air was heavy, thick with the promise of a storm. I pulled off at the next rest stop, heart pounding hard enough I thought someone might hear it in the quiet. The truck followed, sliding into the space 2 spots down from mine. I sat in the car, hands clenched around the steering wheel, watching as the driver stepped out. He didn't look around, didn't acknowledge the world beyond the parking lot. His movements were deliberate, almost mechanical. I caught the faintest glimpse of his eyes again, still unblinking, still empty. "Hey," I said, voice low, more to myself than him. "What are you doing?" No answer. Just the soft murmur of the wind through the trees and the distant hum of the highway. I debated leaving, but something kept me rooted there, the strange pull of curiosity mixed with a thread of fear I couldn't quite name. The man stood near his truck, his posture stiff, like a statue carved from stone. I stared for a long moment, trying to decipher the meaning behind that stillness. Was it a game? A warning? Or something else? The rain started then, slow and hesitant at first, tapping against the windshield in a rhythmic pattern. The sky darkened, and the air grew colder. I shut the engine off, the silence pressing down around me. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched not just by the man, but by the truck itself, a looming, silent beast waiting to see what I'd do next. I didn't know it yet, but the road had changed. And so had I. The droplets on the glass blurred the world outside into streaks of gray and black, but I kept staring, trying to decipher meaning from the obscured shapes. The man's figure remained motionless, his gaze locked onto me with that same unsettling intensity. Time stretched thin, and the seconds felt like minutes, each one weighted with unspoken threats. I reached for the door handle, fingers trembling slightly. Part of me screamed to leave, to turn the key, start the engine, and speed away from this unnerving tableau. But another part, a deeper part one barely recognized, urged me to stay, to understand whatever tangled web had just begun to unfurl. The rain grew heavier, the rhythmic tapping turning into a steady drumming that filled the car's interior. Suddenly, the man's hand twitched, a subtle but deliberate motion. He raised it slowly, pointing toward the fog-shrouded stretch of road behind him. At first, I thought it was a gesture to move on, to leave him there in the shadows. Then I noticed a faint glow of headlights blinking in the distance, cutting through the mist like ghostly eyes. A shiver ran down my spine. That wasn't just a passing vehicle. It was something else, something following. The man's expression shifted ever so slightly, a flicker of urgency breaking the mask of stillness. He was warning me, or maybe inviting me deeper into whatever game this was. I hesitated, heart pounding. The road ahead gleamed wet and slick under the pale light, disappearing into a curve swallowed by darkness. Behind me, the man's silhouette seemed to dissolve into the rain, as if he had never been there at all. Then, with a slow breath, I turned the key and pulled the wheel back onto the highway. The truck's heavy rumble faded behind me, replaced by the steady rhythm of rain and the hum of tires on wet asphalt. But even as the distance grew, the feeling lingered, an echo of that silent challenge. The road was no longer just a passage between places. It was a question, an invitation, a warning wrapped in shadow and rain. And I knew, as the night closed in around me, that the journey ahead would change everything. The rain didn't let up. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see nothing but empty highway and rain-streaked darkness. Instead, there it was again, the unmarked semi-truck, its massive shape looming just beyond the reach of my headlights. It was like a ghost that refused to dissolve. The driver's face, pale and unreadable, stared straight ahead, never blinking, never moving. Not human, not quite. But he was, wasn't he? Because the truck was real enough, thundering behind me with an almost mechanical persistence. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog of unease pressing in around my thoughts. "You're imagining it," I muttered aloud, as if speaking to myself could banish the feeling. But the truck stayed. And I knew, somewhere deep down, that wasn't chance. The road curved left again, and I took it. The truck followed. I switched on my blinker, signaling a lane change, and the truck did the same, matching my speed, matching my every move. My hands tightened on the steering wheel until my knuckles blanched. I thought about pulling over, but where? A deserted stretch of highway in the middle of nowhere offered no refuge, no help. I needed to know something. Anything. Pulling off at the next rest stop, I parked under the flickering orange glow of a lone street lamp. The rain was lighter here, a mist more than a shower, but the air was thick with the familiar smell of wet asphalt and diesel. The semi-truck rolled in behind me, the engine's growl barely softened by the distance. I sat motionless, staring through the windshield at the driver's silhouette, rigid and statue-like in the cab. I reached for my phone. No signal. Typical. I'd been through enough dead zones to expect this. Still, I tried again. Nothing. I thought about calling 911, but what would I say? There's a truck following me? It sounded absurd. Like I was losing my mind. The driver's head twitched just a flicker. I swear I saw it. His eyes locked on me through the glass. Then he raised a hand, slow and deliberate, fingers curling into a fist. A greeting? A threat? I couldn't tell. I wanted to scream at him to stop, to explain, but no words came. I was trapped in silence, a quiet hostage to the night. I stepped out of the car, the cold rain soaking through my jacket almost instantly. The air smelled of wet pine and oil, a strange combination that made my stomach twist. The truck idled behind me, lights dimmed but still glowing. I moved closer, heart hammering, and peered into the cab. The driver sat perfectly still, staring ahead. No sign of blinking, no twitching muscles, nothing. Just an empty shell with a human face. I rapped my knuckles on the door, the sound sharp and hollow against the rumble of the engine. "Hey," I said, voice uneven. "Why are you following me?" No answer. No reaction. I circled the truck, searching for something, anything that might explain this madness. No company logo, no placards, no identifying marks. Just black paint, dull and matte, like it had been scrubbed clean of any clues. The tires were caked with mud, the kind you only find deep in forested areas or farm roads. I traced a finger along the rough surface of the trailer's side. Cold. Unyielding. A sudden noise made me jump, a dog barking somewhere in the darkness beyond the trees. The sound felt startlingly close and yet impossibly distant. I blinked, trying to focus. The driver's door creaked open. A slow, deliberate movement. My breath caught. He stepped out. The rain slid off his shoulders in thin streams. I noticed then that his clothes were soaked, but there was no mud on his boots, no dirt on his jacket. He looked at me, eyes hard and unreadable, like a man who had rehearsed this moment 1,000 times. "Why are you following me?" I repeated, voice steadier now but still tinged with disbelief. He didn't answer. Instead, he pulled from his pocket a small, folded piece of paper and handed it over without a word. I stared at it, fingers trembling. The paper was old, yellowed at the edges, and folded so many times that the creases looked like rivers on a map. I hesitated before unfolding it. Inside was a hastily scrawled note, barely legible in the dim light. Stop. Turn back. You don't know what's behind you. The words sent a chill through me colder than the rain. I swallowed hard. The driver's expression didn't change. No smile. No threat. Just the same unmoving mask. Then, without another word, he climbed back into the truck and the engine roared to life. The headlights flicked on, blinding me for a moment. The truck pulled away slowly, then sped down the highway, disappearing into the night. I stood there, soaked and shaking, the note clutched in my hand. The rain began to fall heavier again, washing away the ink, bleeding the letters into smudged shadows. I had to decide. Keep driving forward into whatever waited, or turn back and admit defeat. The road was silent once more. But the silence felt loaded, thick with something I couldn't name. I slid back into the car, heart drumming in my ears. The engine hummed to life, warmth flooding the interior. Outside, the rain hammered harder. I glanced at the note one last time, the words blurring beneath my fingertips. Who was that man? What did he want? And what was really behind me? I pulled onto the highway, the darkness swallowing me whole. I kept the note folded in the pocket of my jacket, its ink now a blur from the rain, a ghost of a message that felt both urgent and pointless. But I didn't. I drove. The road curved and dipped through the hills, and the rain hammered harder, drumming a relentless tattoo on the roof. The windshield wipers fought against the flood, their rhythm a maddening metronome marking time. I tried to focus on the road ahead, but my eyes kept drifting to the rearview mirror. Shadows shifted in the dark, and then there it was. The truck, once again, tailing me like a shadow tethered to my every move. Closer this time. Closer than before. I swallowed hard, the lump rising in my throat making my voice catch when I muttered to myself, okay, what now? The truck's headlights glared like twin white stars, too bright to look at directly, but I couldn't tear my gaze away. The driver's silhouette was rigid, unmoving, no blink, no breath, no sign of life. I blinked. Surely I was imagining it. Maybe exhaustion. Maybe stress. But the chill crawling up my spine told me otherwise. I reached a rest stop, a faint glow from a few flickering street lamps barely piercing the darkness. My palms were damp, gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. I took a deep breath and pulled in, the tires hissing on wet asphalt. The truck followed. It parked several spots down, engine idling quietly, the cab dark but unmistakably there. That's when the real weight settled in. No escape. Not here. Not yet. I sat frozen in my car, the hum of my engine mingling with the steady rain and the distant sound of a dog barking somewhere beyond the fence. I thought about calling someone, anyone, but my phone's battery was low, and the signal flickered in and out like a bad radio channel. Plus, what would I say? Hey, I'm being followed by a freaky truck driver who never blinks. I wasn't sure I even believed it myself. I watched the semi-truck's silhouette closely. The driver didn't move. No door opened. No light from a phone or radio. Just the cold, mechanical thrum of a massive engine ready to roar at any moment. The note's words echoed in my mind. I tried to remember exactly what it said, but the ink had run, smearing into a mess of black and blue. Something about the choice and no turning back. I shivered again, though the heater was cranked up. The air inside my car tasted metallic, like pennies and old coins. I started the engine again, heart thudding like a drum, and pulled out of the lot. The truck followed instantly, sliding back onto the highway like a shadow refusing to be lost. I tried to shake it off, to convince myself that maybe this was some weird coincidence. Maybe a coincidence that stretched over hundreds of miles and countless towns, but still. I punched the radio, hunting for static, music, anything to fill the silence. The DJ's voice was distant and tinny, the words about weather and traffic sounding out of place against the storm outside. I glanced down at the dashboard clock. 3 a.m. The kind of hour where everything feels unreal, like you're caught between worlds, between sleep and wakefulness. I thought about stopping at the next town, maybe a motel, but the last place I'd stayed had felt wrong, like the walls themselves were watching. I could almost hear the creaks and whispers of that place, the way the floorboards seemed to breathe. My eyes burned, the road blurring. I blinked hard and caught a movement in the truck's window. For one brief second, the driver's head tilted. Just a fraction. Then stillness again. I tried to tell myself it was nothing. But I knew better. I wasn't just being followed. I was being hunted. The road twisted ahead, illuminated by the truck's relentless headlights. Then I saw it, a flashing light from the cab, a signal maybe, or a warning. It wasn't random. There was a pattern to this madness. I gripped the wheel tighter, knuckles white. My mind raced for a way out, an exit ramp, a gas station, anything to lose this silent predator. But the highway offered no mercy. No shortcuts. Just endless black asphalt curling into the night. I remembered the note again, the blurry script whispering of a decision I'd already made. No turning back. I pressed the accelerator, the engine growling as I surged forward. The truck matched me speed for speed, inch for inch, a mechanical beast locked onto its prey. I felt the weight of inevitability settling over me, thick and suffocating. I was trapped. Then, in the corner of my eye, a sign appeared, an exit for a small town just a few miles ahead. I could try to lose the truck there, disappear into the maze of streets and motels, maybe find help. But as I approached, I saw the truck's headlights flicker again. And then, impossibly, it took the exit. I slammed on the brakes, tires screeching on wet pavement. The truck followed, turning without hesitation. No matter what I did, it mirrored me. I wasn't just on a road anymore. I was inside a trap. The town was silent, empty streets glistening with rain, the occasional flicker of a neon sign buzzing overhead. I pulled into a parking lot by a closed diner, heart pounding, ears straining for any sound beyond the rain and the distant hum of the truck's engine. The truck parked a few yards away, the driver's figure outlined against the cab's dim interior light. He didn't move. Didn't blink. I stepped out of the car, the cold rain soaking through my jacket, slicking my hair against my forehead. The smell of wet asphalt and frying grease from the diner's old vent filled the air, cold and heavy with silence. I forced myself to look at him. "Who are you?" I called out, voice cracking. "What do you want?" No answer. Just the steady hum of the engine, the flickering of a broken street lamp, the distant bark of a dog. I took a step closer, then another, my boots splashing in puddles. The driver's face was a mask, unreadable, impossible to place. I glanced back toward my car, then the road leading out of town. No escape. I swallowed hard. The game had started, and I was already losing. Darkness gathered around me like a thick curtain, swallowing every familiar sound and shadow. It drummed on the roof of the diner, on the cracked pavement, on the hood of my car where drops pooled and slid like dark glass. I stood there, soaked, every muscle coiled tight as wire. That truck, its engine thrumming low and steady, was a constant presence just yards away, like a predator watching, waiting. The driver didn't move. Not a blink. Not a twitch. Just that pale face, staring out through the windshield, framed by the dim greenish cab light. I kept glancing back at my car, the keys still warm in my hand. The road stretched out behind it, slick and empty, swallowed by the night and rain. No one else around. No help anywhere. A cold wind slipped beneath my jacket, making me shiver despite the heat rising in my chest. Why are you here? The words caught in my throat. I swallowed, then tried again, louder. What do you want from me? Silence. Complete silence. No response. No movement. I knew somewhere deep down that asking questions out loud was pointless. But I needed to hear my own voice. Needed to break the suffocating quiet, or I might start losing my mind. The diner's neon sign flickered weakly, a ghost of light behind the glass. No one inside. Closed. Boarded up. Whatever this was, it wasn't about a meal or a rest stop. It was about him. And me. I took another step forward, boots squelching in the puddles, the rain slicking my hair down over my forehead. The closer I got, the more I caught the faint smell of diesel and oil mixed with wet leather and something faintly metallic, maybe the faintest hint of blood, but I wasn't sure if it was real or just my mind playing tricks. The driver's eyes were still fixed ahead. I noticed then, no reflection in the glass. Not of me, not of the rain, nothing. It was like looking into a black mirror. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, but the feeling didn't fade. I wondered if I was losing it. If exhaustion and fear were warping everything. I thought about the last few hours, the endless highway, the way that truck had shadowed me mile after mile, never turning off, never stopping. Always there. Always watching. It wasn't just coincidence anymore. It was deliberate. Calculated. A noise broke the tension, a soft hiss, like air escaping from somewhere. I turned sharply, heart thudding, to see the diner's old, rusted door creak open a crack. A flicker of movement inside, shadows shifting. I stepped back, suddenly unsure. Was someone else here? Or was this just another trick of the dark? Then I saw it. A figure, tall, thin, dressed in dark clothes, slipping out from the shadows inside the diner. No face visible, just a silhouette emerging from the gloom. The rain plastered their hair to their head, and they moved with a slow, deliberate grace toward the truck. My breath caught. The driver's head turned slightly, the faintest movement, as if acknowledging the newcomer. The eyes met for a moment, empty, unreadable. Then the driver nodded once, almost imperceptibly. I swallowed hard. This wasn't just about me, or maybe it was. Maybe I was part of some twisted routine, a game played out in silence and shadows. I wanted to run. To scramble back to my car and peel out of there like a madwoman. But my feet felt rooted in the wet asphalt, my hands trembling at my sides. Who are you? I called again, voice cracking under the weight of the night. No answer. The figure reached the truck's cab, opened the door, and climbed in without a sound. The cab light blinked off. The engine's hum deepened, then rose, blending with the rain's steady percussion. The truck started moving, slow at first, then faster, rolling away from the parking lot into the black ribbon of highway. The headlights cut through the sheets of rain, disappearing around a bend. I stood there, drenched, breath coming in uneven gasps, the taste of metal sharp on my tongue. My mind raced, trying to piece it all together, but everything felt like a puzzle missing half its pieces. I considered calling the police. But who would believe me? A woman on the road, haunted by a faceless truck and two silent men who vanished without a trace. It sounded crazy. Even to me. My hand shook as I unlocked the car and slid inside. The heater sputtered to life, fogging the windows. I caught my reflection in the rearview mirror, pale, wide-eyed, hair plastered to my face. I gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white, and stared down the empty road. I didn't know where they were going. I didn't know if they were following me or leading me somewhere I didn't want to go. But I knew one thing, I wasn't safe. Not here. Not anywhere. I started the engine, the hum of my car joining the distant echo of that truck's fading growl. I still can't explain it. And somewhere behind me, I swore I heard a soft tapping on my window. I spun around. Nothing. Just rain. Just night. Just the endless, watching dark. I forced my foot down harder, the tires biting into the wet asphalt as the city lights blurred past. Every shadow felt alive, every whisper of wind a warning. Somewhere deep inside, a cold knot tightened. This chase wasn't over. Not by a long shot. The rain-slicked streets stretched ahead like a slick ribbon untwisting into the unknown. My hands clenched the steering wheel, knuckles white as the tapping, real or imagined, lingered in my mind. The radio crackled, a static-laden voice murmuring news of another blackout uptown. Great. Just what I needed. Up ahead, a flicker of movement caught my eye, a figure darting between the pale pools of streetlight. I blinked, but they were gone, swallowed by the night. Heart pounding, I eased off the gas, deciding to slow down. Something told me to pay attention. Then, from the rearview mirror, a pair of headlights pierced the darkness, closing fast. Not the truck, but someone else. Someone persistent. I considered my options. Pull over and confront, or vanish into the maze of city alleys. The knot in my gut tightened as the car behind matched my turns, relentless. No chance to lose them so easily. I swallowed hard, fingers twitching over the gear shift. Whatever this was, it was just beginning. The night didn't end the way I expected. I remembered the flicker of movement, the figure darting between the pools of light. Maybe it was connected to the car, or maybe something else entirely. I couldn't tell anymore. My fingers twitched over the gear shift like they were searching for some hidden button to make it all stop. The static on the radio grew louder, the voice more distorted, as if the night itself was trying to drown out my thoughts. I took a sharp right onto a narrower street. The car followed. No hesitation. No blinking. Just headlights locked on me like a predator's gaze. The rain fell harder, drumming on the roof, mixing with the steady hum of the engine. I forced myself to breathe slower, measured. I didn't want to give in to panic, not when the night was already slipping away under the weight of that relentless stare. At the end of the block, I spotted an open diner, its neon sign buzzing and flickering in the rain. A haven. I slammed on the brakes and slid into the parking lot, the tires skidding slightly on the wet asphalt. The car behind me stopped, too, engine idling like a silent threat. Inside the diner, warm light spilled onto the sidewalk, promising something human, something safe. I grabbed my jacket and stepped out, the cool air sharp and electric against my damp skin. The door chimed as I entered. The smell of coffee was thick, bitter, and oddly comforting. A few scattered patrons glanced up, their conversations dipping for a moment before resuming. The waitress, a woman with tired eyes and a name tag that read Maggie, gave me a nod. Rough night? She asked, voice low, like she'd seen more than her share of trouble. I nodded slowly. Something like that. I slid into a booth by the window, eyes flicking to the parking lot. The car was still there, but now it sat motionless, headlights off. I couldn't see the driver, but the emptiness felt heavier than before. Like the night was holding its breath. Maggie returned with a cup of black coffee, setting it down with a soft clink. You look like you've been chased by ghosts." I smiled, but it didn't reach my eyes. "Maybe I have." She didn't press. Instead, she leaned against the counter, watching me. "You ever think maybe the thing following you isn't the car? Maybe it's what you're running from inside?" I frowned, staring into the dark liquid. The bitter taste hit my tongue, grounding me. "I'm not running." "Sure," she said with a shrug. "But sometimes it doesn't matter. The past catches you anyway." Her words lingered as I stared out the window. The rain had slowed to a drizzle, the streets glistening like wet glass. The car was gone. No sign of it. I felt a strange pull, a mix of relief and something else, loss, maybe. Or fear that the quiet was only temporary. The next morning came slow and gray. I woke in the cheap motel down the road, the window cracked open just enough to let in the damp chill. My head throbbed, the remnants of the night's tension settling into a dull ache behind my eyes. The TV in the corner played a local news bulletin, the anchor's voice too bright for the mood I carried. I sat on the edge of the bed, running my hands through my hair. The truck. The car. The figure. Everything was tangled up in my mind, a knot I couldn't untie. Part of me wanted to believe it was all in my head, that exhaustion had blurred the line between reality and paranoia. But the feeling in my gut told me otherwise. I packed up my things slowly, every sound amplified in the quiet room, the zipper on my bag, the creak of the bed frame, the distant hum of traffic. Before I left, I checked the parking lot. No sign of the truck. No sign of the car. Just empty spaces and the faint scent of gasoline. Driving out of town, the road stretched ahead, empty and open under a sky that threatened rain again. I kept the radio on, the steady hum of comfort against the silence inside my head. For the first time in days, I let my hands rest lightly on the wheel, not gripping so tight they turned white. The mirror caught a glimpse of something, a shadow in the distance, but when I blinked, it was gone. I wasn't sure if I was safer or just fooling myself. Weeks passed. I stopped at small towns, cheap motels, diners where the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows was soft and the coffee strong. The road became a blur of asphalt and neon, the endless rhythm of tires on pavement a strange kind of meditation. I kept an eye on every rearview mirror, every passing shadow, but the relentless watcher never returned. The experience changed me in ways I didn't expect. I became quieter, more cautious. Conversations felt heavier, like I was carrying a secret too large to share. Sleep was patchy, haunted by dreams of headlights and rain-soaked streets. I found myself flinching at sudden noises, eyes darting to dark corners even in broad daylight. But there was also a strange clarity. The terror had stripped away distractions, leaving only what was essential. I learned to trust my instincts again, to read the subtle signs, the way a driver's eyes lingered too long in the mirror, the smell of burnt rubber on a deserted highway, the sudden silence of a radio crackling with static. One afternoon, parked outside a thrift store in a town that smelled of pine and dust, I ran into an old man with a weathered face and eyes sharp as broken glass. He told me stories about people who followed, who watched, who never blinked. About games played on endless highways, where the rules were invisible but deadly. "You survived," he said, voice low. "That means you saw what most don't. But the road never forgets. It waits." I nodded, feeling the weight of his words settle deep in my chest. The road did wait. Maybe not for me, exactly, but for someone. For something. Driving away, the sun dipping low, I caught my reflection in the rearview mirror. The eyes looking back were tired, yes, but sharper. More aware. The nightmare had left its mark, but it hadn't broken me. I didn't know if I'd ever stop looking over my shoulder. Maybe that was the price. But I was moving forward, and that had to be enough. The highway stretched out before me again, endless and uncertain. And somewhere in the distance, I knew those unblinking eyes might still be watching. Waiting. But this time, I wasn't running. Story 3, Vanishing Keys, Object Shift Alone. I never thought I'd be the kind of person to lose my keys and phone every single morning. The first time it happened, I woke up late, the sunlight slanting through the blinds like lazy fingers. I reached for my phone on the nightstand. Nothing. Not there. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and checked a little pile of clothes where I thought I left it. Still nothing. Then, my keys. Not on the hook by the door. Not in my pockets. The feeling prickled at the back of my neck, a slow tightening that I couldn't quite place. Eventually, after a fruitless search, I found my phone sitting on the kitchen counter, next to the coffee maker. Keys on the bathroom sink. Both dry, no sign they'd been touched or moved hurriedly. The coffee maker was off, not even a drip of last night's brew left behind. It was as if someone had taken the time to place them there deliberately. I live alone, in a small 2-story house on Elm Street. The neighborhood is quiet, the kind of place where you hear the faint scrape of a lawnmower or the distant bark of a dog in the early evening. I've lived here for 3 years now, long enough to know every creak in the floorboards and how the old heating system rumbles just before dawn. The walls are thin, the windows single pane, and the front yard is just big enough for a scraggly rose bush and a rusty bike that's been sitting against the fence since last summer. That morning, after finding my things scattered, I chalked it up to sleepwalking or maybe just a foggy memory. No big deal. I told myself that 100 times. But then it happened again. The next morning, keys inside the locked cabinet beneath the kitchen sink, phone tucked between the pages of a cookbook I hadn't touched since moving in. I didn't even know the cabinet had a lock. I never locked it. There was no sign of forced entry or jostling, no scratches or scuffs. The lock clicked open with the usual key, the one I keep on my keyring, which was nowhere to be found until later, on the back porch, lying on the floorboards like it had been dropped. I stared at the security footage on my laptop screen, eyes narrowing. The cameras cover every entrance, every hallway, every corner of the house. The footage is grainy, late at night, the bluish hue washing the empty rooms in cold light. But no one ever appears. No shadow, no movement beyond the slow pulse of the ceiling fan. Just silence. Complete silence. I don't sleepwalk. Never have. I don't even drink coffee at night. I'm careful about locking doors. I know how that sounds, but I'm telling you, the house is empty when I'm asleep. This morning, again, the game repeated itself. I woke up to the faint buzz of my alarm, not on my phone, which was nowhere to be found, but on the clock radio in the living room. I found my phone in the linen closet, wedged behind a pile of towels. Keys were balanced on the windowsill in the guest bedroom. The sunlight had warmed the glass enough to leave faint fingerprints on the key's metal loops. I ran my fingers over the rough plaster wall near the closet, feeling the uneven bumps beneath my skin. The air smelled faintly of lavender, the scent of the detergent I use for sheets. Nothing out of place. But the phone screen was cracked, a thin spiderweb fracture that hadn't been there yesterday. I frowned, biting my lip just a little too hard. My hands trembled slightly. I didn't want to believe someone had been in the house, but the cracked phone made me question everything. Whoever it was didn't want to be seen. No noise, no signs, just these small, unsettling traces left behind like breadcrumbs. I called my friend, Mara, later that day. "Maybe you just misplaced them," she said, trying to sound casual. "I don't think I did," I said, running my fingers through my hair, which had gone frizzy from nerves. "It's like someone's been in here, but the cameras don't show anyone." And then there's the lock on the cabinet. I don't even have the spare key for that. There was a long pause on the other end. Then Mara added, could it be a glitch? Maybe the footage didn't record properly? It doesn't feel like that, I said. I watched the tapes 3 times. Every night. Exactly the same. Empty house. She sighed. Okay. Maybe you should get a locksmith to check the locks. And maybe a security expert. I mean, if someone's sneaking in, you want to know. Yeah, I said, but the idea made my stomach twist. The thought of someone, anyone, slipping into the house without leaving a trace was worse than any ghost story. Later, I stood in the kitchen, the cool towel pressing against the soles of my bare feet. I looked up at the cabinet under the sink, where the keys had been locked. I'd never opened it before, didn't even know what was inside. Curiosity got the better of me. I found the small screwdriver set I keep in the junk drawer and pried it open carefully. Inside, a collection of cleaning supplies and some old paint cans. Nothing strange, no hidden compartments or signs someone had been tampering with it except for the faint smudge on the underside of the door. Not mine. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching, waiting just outside the frame of the cameras. A presence that didn't need to show itself fully to unsettle me completely. That night, I left the house's main doors locked, the windows latched tight, and sat in the living room with the lights on, the television murmuring quietly in the background. I kept glancing at the clock, the seconds ticking too loud in the silence. I didn't sleep. I kept thinking about the cracked screen, the misplaced keys, the locked cabinet. About empty rooms and silent cameras. About the faint scent of lavender that lingered inexplicably in the air, cold and heavy with silence. And then, just before dawn, I heard it, a soft click. The front door lock, turning. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. The television flickered, the glow casting long shadows across the walls. But when I looked up, the door was still shut tight. My hand shook as I reached for my phone on the coffee table. It was there. The screen dark. No cracks. For a moment, I wondered if I was losing my mind after all. Then I heard the click again. The click came again. I didn't move. Not a muscle. I stared at the front door, willing it to give me some sign of life. A shadow. A flicker. Anything. But it stayed still. Locked. Unyielding. Eventually, the silence pressed down so heavily I could almost taste it, the stale scent of old wood and something faintly metallic, like iron, lingering in the air. The lavender smell, too. Still there, soft and unsettling, like a forgotten sachet tucked into a drawer long ago. I glanced at my phone on the coffee table. The screen was dark, pristine, the crack from earlier vanished. My fingers hesitated before reaching out, trembling just enough to make me think twice. I tapped the screen, and the lock screen lit up instantly. No messages. No notifications. Just the time. 3:07 a.m. I sat back, the chair creaking beneath me. The room was quiet again, but the tension hadn't lifted. If anything, it had thickened. Sleep didn't come. Not really. I kept the lights on, the television murmuring low and steady, a weak shield against the dark. I stared at the door every few minutes, waiting for that sound, waiting for something, anything, to break the silence. When morning finally arrived, it was pale and gray, the sky outside smeared with clouds like smudges on cold glass. I rubbed my eyes, the corners stinging from lack of rest. The keys and phone weren't on the table anymore. Not where I'd left them. I found the keys inside the linen closet. Not just lying around, but placed carefully on top of a folded towel. The phone was even more bizarre, locked inside the kitchen cabinet where I kept the spices. I don't cook much, so I rarely opened it, but the cabinet wasn't just closed, it was latched with one of those child-proof locks. I never bought or installed one. My heart hammered as I pulled the phone out. The screen was intact again, no cracks. The lock screen showed 7:32 a.m. I checked the security footage immediately. Nothing. No one entered or left the house. No movement at all. The camera showed the rooms empty and silent, just as I'd left them. The front door remained locked. Windows remained shut. The only sound was the hum of the refrigerator and the occasional distant bark of a dog. I replayed the footage over and over, eyes narrowing at every frame. No shadow crossing the hallway. No flicker of a figure. No hint of how my belongings had moved. Later that morning, I called Sarah. "Can you come over? Something weird's happening here." She arrived just before noon, carrying her usual tote bag, the one with the frayed strap and a faint smell of coffee and old books. Her eyes were sharp, curious. I showed her the cabinet. The locked spice cupboard. "See? I don't have any child locks here. Never did. But look." I pointed at the latch, a plastic clip, white and unassuming. "This, how the hell did it get on there?" Sarah ran her fingers lightly over it. "Maybe you put it on and forgot. It happens." "No. I never used those things." I shook my head. "And the keys?" "In the linen closet. The phone locked up here." She raised an eyebrow. "Okay, that's weird." We sat in the kitchen, trying to piece things together. I described the nights, the cracking screen, the moving items, the lavender scent. She listened, face tight with concern but also skepticism. "Could be someone messing with you," she suggested. "A prank? Someone who knows you." I didn't like the idea. It felt too invasive. Too personal. "I checked the cameras," I said. "No one's been inside. No signs of forced entry." Her eyes darkened. "Are you sure the cameras are working? Maybe someone's figured out how to avoid them." I nodded slowly. "They're fine. I tested them. No interruptions." Silence stretched between us, thick and uncomfortable. "Maybe you need to set up more cameras," Sarah said finally. "Cover the blind spots." I agreed. I didn't want to admit it, but the idea of someone or something inside the house while I slept was starting to swallow me whole. Over the next few days, we installed extra cameras in every room, even the basement and attic. I found myself double and triple checking locks, windows, every possible entry point. The house felt less like a refuge and more like a cage. Each morning, I woke with a knot tightening in my stomach, bracing for what I might find next. The keys and phone continued their nightly migrations, sometimes on a windowsill, sometimes deep inside drawers I avoided. One evening, Sarah stayed late. We sat in the living room, the glow of the TV casting strange shadows on the walls. "I don't like this," she said, voice low. "It's not just a prank. Someone's in your head, or your house, or both." I traced the grain of the wooden armrest, its rough texture grounding me. But no one's on the footage. No signs of entry. She shrugged. "Maybe someone's watching. Waiting." The thought made my skin crawl. Then, just as she was about to leave, I remembered something, a detail I'd almost forgotten. "The lavender," I said quietly. "You smelled it, too, right?" Sarah nodded, frowning. "Yeah. It's weird. I don't like it." Lavender wasn't a scent I kept in the house. No candles, no sachets. I never bought it. That night, I opened the cabinets again, searching for any clues. I found a small, folded piece of paper tucked behind a row of spice jars. Unfolding it, my breath hitched. It was a note. No signature. No name. Just a single sentence, written in neat, careful print. I see you. The ink was fresh. I dropped the note, the paper trembling in my hands. The room seemed colder, darker. The lavender smell stronger, almost overpowering. A warning. A promise. I didn't know who was sending it, or why, but I knew this was no longer just a game. Someone was inside my home, watching, playing a slow, cruel game, and I was running out of time. The note burned in my pocket like a live coal as I lay awake that night, the lavender scent still thick in the air, stubborn and unnatural. Sleep was out of the question. The house felt different, more hostile, somehow alive with quiet menace. The faint hum of the refrigerator, the tapping of a loose shutter in the breeze, it all sounded amplified, like the house was breathing around me, waiting. Morning came slow. I didn't want to get up, but the nagging dread pushed me out of bed anyway. My hands were still trembling as I grabbed my phone from the kitchen counter. It wasn't where I left it last night. Not even close. It was sitting in the laundry basket, half covered by a stray sock. I stared at it, stupid and silent. How? Why? The lavender smell hit again, faint but unmistakable, and I realized it was coming from the laundry basket itself. I sniffed the sock. No detergent. No fabric softener either. Just that sharp, floral scent, like someone had been there just moments ago. I didn't want to call Sarah yet. I needed to know more before dragging her into this mess. Instead, I hauled myself to the living room and booted up the security footage. The screens flickered to life, showing the house's empty halls and dim rooms in grainy black and white. Nothing. No movement. No intruder. No one. The house was silent all night, just like the cameras had shown before. I pinched the bridge of my nose and sank into the couch. It had to be someone who knew the layout, someone who could bypass the cameras or slip in and out in ways I didn't understand. But how? The security system was supposed to catch anything. I replayed the footage again, this time slowing it down, scanning for any anomalies, shadows moving, reflections, glitches. Nothing. The house was a ghost. Then I noticed something else. At 3:17 a.m., the camera in the kitchen blinked briefly, a flicker of static. For a split second, the screen went black, just long enough for a shadow to pass through the frame. It wasn't just a glitch. It was deliberate. The realization hit me like a punch. Someone had been inside while the cameras were off. I felt sick. My throat closed tight. I had no idea how long they'd been watching me, moving through my home like a ghost, leaving clues I was only now starting to understand. That morning, I didn't leave the house. Instead, I spent hours pacing, checking every cabinet, every drawer, every nook I'd never bothered to open before. The kitchen cupboards yielded little, but then I found another note, taped under the bottom shelf of the spice rack this time. I'm closer than you think. No signature. No explanation. But beneath the note, a faint smudge of lavender oil, sticky and pungent. My skin prickled. This was no longer a game, they were taunting me now. Watching me flinch. I called Sarah mid-afternoon, my voice cracking when I told her everything. Maybe it's someone you know, she said, brows furrowed. Someone who wants to mess with you. I wanted to believe that. I wanted to think this was a prank, a cruel joke. But then I remembered the locked cabinets. Cabinets I'd never opened, sealed tight. And yet, every morning, my keys or phone would be inside them. Locked away, unreachable. How do they get in? I asked her, voice low. The cameras show nothing. The doors and windows are locked. Sarah was silent for a moment. Maybe they have a key. A key. That made sense. Someone with access. I thought about the last few months, friends, contractors, delivery people. No one suspicious. Or so I thought. Later that evening, I sat by the window, staring out at the quiet street. The lavender scent lingered faintly around me, like a shadow I couldn't shake. I wondered if whoever it was out there, watching me now. Then my phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. Do you want to see? My fingers trembled as I opened the message. There was an attachment, a video. I hesitated. What if it was a trap? A threat? But I had to know. The screen lit up. The video showed my living room empty. Then, the camera panned slowly to the side, revealing my keys resting on the armrest of the couch. Then the camera shifted to my bedroom. The phone was sitting on my pillow. Finally, the shot ended with a close-up of another note, lying on the floor next to the bed. I'm inside. I dropped the phone. The room felt colder. The lavender scent filled my nostrils, thick and suffocating. I was trapped. The front door was locked. The windows shut tight. And yet, someone was here, inside the house with me. No footprints in the hall. No sign on the cameras. Just the scent. The notes. The impossible message. I realized, with a sinking feeling, I couldn't leave. Not yet. Not until I understood what game I was playing. Because this wasn't random. It was personal. And I was running out of options. A faint creak echoed from the floor above, slicing through the silence like an item. My heart hammered in my chest as I forced myself to move toward the staircase, each step hesitant but necessary. The scent of lavender grew stronger, almost guiding me forward, promising answers I wasn't sure I wanted. Somewhere in the shadows, the truth waiting for me to uncover it. The stairs groaned under my tentative steps, each creak louder than the last in the thick silence. I paused halfway up and listened. Nothing but the slow, steady tick of the old clock in the hall downstairs and a distant drip of water, maybe from the bathroom faucet left on. No footsteps. No breathing. Just the scent. I didn't want to believe someone was here. I didn't want to admit it. But the note, I'm inside, was proof enough. Someone had been moving through my house, hiding in the shadows I couldn't see. And now, that someone was waiting for me upstairs. I reached the landing and flicked on the hallway light. The bulb buzzed faintly, casting long shadows that stretched across the cracked plaster. A soft draft brushed past me, carrying the faintest scrape of fabric against wood. I swallowed hard, my throat dry and scratchy. The hallway stretched out, doors on either side, all closed, all silent. I moved toward the first door on the left, the guest bedroom. It was usually empty, but tonight it felt like the epicenter of something wrong. The door handle was cold beneath my palm, and when I pushed it open, the smell hit me full force, lavender, thick and sour, like it had been left to fester. The room was exactly as I'd left it, except for one thing. On the floor, near the window, lay my phone. The screen was cracked, but it still glowed faintly with the last message I'd sent myself. Check the cameras. I knelt down and picked it up, fingers trembling. The cracked glass bit into my skin. The note beside it, written with that same jagged handwriting, was taped to the window frame. Found you. I blinked against the sudden prick of tears and shoved the phone into my pocket. The window was locked tight, no way in or out. Whoever had left the note had been here, in this room, while I was downstairs. And they'd moved silently enough to leave no trace on the cameras. A noise, soft but deliberate, caught my attention. The door at the end of the hall, the one I'd never opened before, the storage closet. It was ajar, a sliver of darkness leaking out. I hadn't known what was inside. I'd never had a reason to open it. Tonight, my curiosity outweighed my fear. I reached for the handle. Cold metal. I pulled. The door creaked open, revealing a narrow space stuffed with old boxes and forgotten furniture. The scent of lavender was concentrated here, almost suffocating. My eyes adjusted, and I spotted something on the floor, a small, battered notebook. I picked it up, the cover stiff and dusty. Flipping it open, I saw entries written in the same shaky script. Names, dates, cryptic phrases. Some pages were smeared, as if someone had tried to erase what they'd written. A sudden click made me whip around. The closet door slammed shut, the sound echoing down the hall like a gunshot. My breath caught, heart hammering against my ribs. I was trapped, at least, for a moment inside this cramped, shadowed space. I banged on the door, calling out, voice shaking. No answer. Just silence pressing in from all sides. The lavender smell thickened, almost choking me. I fumbled for my phone, but the screen was dark. Dead. I pressed the power button repeatedly, but it remained black. A wave of panic rolled through me, hot and sudden. No phone. No way out. And whoever was playing this game had just closed the door behind them, leaving me in the dark. I leaned against the wall, breathing hard, sweat prickling at my hairline. The notebook was still clutched in my hand, its pages whispering secrets I couldn't read fast enough. My fingers trembled as I tried to piece it together, the words blurring in the dim light. Footsteps. Soft, deliberate. Coming closer. I froze, heart banging so loudly I was sure whoever was out there could hear it. The door handle jiggled, the lock clicking faintly. Then the footsteps stopped. A voice, low and calm, slipped through the crack beneath the door. You shouldn't have come upstairs. I swallowed hard, the lump in my throat growing. Who are you? My voice was barely a whisper, cracked and weak. Silence. Then the faint scrape of something sliding across the floor. You don't know me, the voice said, quiet but sure. But I've been here a long time. The words pierced through the darkness, cold and final. I pressed my ear against the door, trying to catch more, but the hallway was empty again. The lavender scent faded, replaced by the stale, musty air of the closet. Minutes passed, maybe hours. Time lost meaning in that cramped space. I started to bang on the door again, harder this time, desperation clawing its way up my throat. Eventually, the door creaked open. A man stood there, face shadowed, eyes dark and unreadable. He looked tired, like someone who'd been waiting for me for a long time. Why? I managed to say, voice shaking. He didn't answer. Instead, he stepped aside, motioning for me to leave. As I stepped into the hallway, the house felt different, heavier, like it was holding its breath. The lavender was gone. The silence was back. But the feeling of being watched lingered, settling like dust on my skin. I followed him down the hall, every nerve screaming. He led me to the kitchen, where the cabinets were all open, revealing nothing but empty shelves and old Tupperware. Then, without a word, he reached into one of the drawers and pulled out my keys. They belong to you, he said quietly. but you don't know how to use them anymore." I stared at him, baffled. "What do you mean?" His eyes flicked toward the stairs. "This house isn't just wood and nails. It's a maze. And the keys are the only way out." A sudden noise from the living room made both of us turn. Faint footsteps, quick and light, moving away. I felt my breath hitch. "Someone else?" I asked, voice barely audible. He shook his head. "No. Just you." Before I could ask what that meant, the lights flickered violently, plunging us into darkness for a split second before snapping back on. The temperature dropped sharply, the chill crawling under my skin like tiny, icy fingers. My hands clenched the keys so tightly my knuckles whitened. This was no longer a game. No longer a puzzle to solve on my own time. It was a test, a trap, and I was running out of time. He looked at me then, a flicker of something regret. Warning in his eyes. "If you want to get out, you have to face the truth. No more hiding." I nodded, though the knot in my stomach tightened. I wanted to ask him who he was, what he wanted, but the words caught in my throat. Instead, I swallowed hard and followed him toward the stairs, the keys heavy in my pocket. The house seemed to close in around us, walls breathing, shadows shifting. I wasn't sure if I was walking toward answers, or something far worse. But there was no turning back now. The front door was still locked. The windows still shut tight. And somewhere in the house, the game was waiting to finish. The weight of the keys in my pocket was a constant reminder, like an itch I couldn't quite reach. We stood at the bottom of the stairs, the house settling around us with all the familiarity of an old, grudging friend. I could still feel the cold crusting my skin from the sudden drop in temperature, the way the light had snapped off and then back on again, as if the darkness had been holding its breath just long enough to scare us into moving faster. He didn't say anything for a long moment. I wanted to ask who he really was, what he meant by no more hiding, but the words stuck to my tongue like rusted nails. Instead, I swallowed hard and let him lead. The house seemed to lean inward, the walls breathing, the shadows shifting just out of focus. Every creak and groan felt like a whisper, something watching. We climbed the stairs slowly, the wooden steps protesting underfoot. I glanced back once, half expecting to see a figure lurking in the hallway, but there was nothing. Only silence. Complete silence. At the top, he stopped before a door I'd never noticed before. It was narrow, almost hidden behind the peeling wallpaper, the kind you'd miss if you weren't paying attention. I reached out, touched the cold brass knob, and felt a shiver run up my arm. He nodded. This is where it started. I didn't ask for more. There was a tightness in my chest, a knot that twisted tighter with every breath. He pushed the door open. Inside was a small room, barely more than a closet really, filled with crumpled papers, photographs, and strange notes pinned haphazardly to the walls. The smell hit me next, stale, damp, a faint trace of mildew mixed with something metallic, like old pennies left out in the rain. I stepped in, eyes scanning the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. The papers were covered in scribbled handwriting, some crossed out, others underlined obsessively. A few photos showed the house from the outside, angles I'd never seen, shot from the bushes or the street at odd times of day. There were timestamps on the backs, middle of the night, early morning, late afternoon. The same timestamps I'd been checking on the security footage, the ones that always showed nothing. Who did this? I asked, voice barely a whisper. He hesitated, then said, "Me." I wanted to understand, to find out why it kept happening. The confession hit me harder than I expected. He wasn't just a stranger or some random visitor. He'd been here all along, watching, trying to piece together the same puzzle I had been chasing in the dark. I looked back at the papers, feeling a strange mix of relief and dread. But why? Why move my keys? Why hide them where I can't reach? He shrugged, rubbing the back of his neck. Control. Fear. Maybe punishment. I don't know anymore. It started as a game for me. I thought if I could get you to notice, to pay attention, it might wake you up. Make you see the cracks. Cracks. I echoed. He nodded slowly. In yourself. In the house. In what you think you're safe from. The room felt smaller, the air heavier. I realized then that the house wasn't haunted by ghosts, it was haunted by the people who had lived in it before, by their fears and secrets. And maybe by the one who had never left. I sank down onto the floor, the cold seeping through my jeans, and tried to breathe. The constant shifting of my keys and phone, the locked cabinets, those were his calls for attention, twisted attempts to draw me out of my shell. To force me to look beyond the surface. Why didn't you just tell me? I asked, voice breaking. Because I didn't want you to run, he said quietly. I wanted you to face it. Face yourself. Face the truth that no one else would. I could taste the bitterness of that truth, sharp and unforgiving. The fear that had kept me trapped wasn't coming from some invisible enemy. It was from within, from my own unwillingness to confront the cracks in my life, the parts of myself I'd been avoiding. The next morning, I woke up with the keys and phone right where I'd left them on the nightstand. No surprises. No puzzles waiting in the dark. The silence in the house felt less like a threat and more like a fragile truce. I knew the game wasn't over, not really, but I was ready to stop hiding. I spent the day slowly unpacking the notes and photos, trying to make sense of the patterns. For the first time, I felt a cautious hope threading through the fear. The house was still full of shadows, but I wasn't alone anymore. In the weeks that followed, I changed. The small acts of reclaiming my space, finding my keys where I expected, closing cabinets without hesitation, became victories. Each one chipped away at the anxiety that had gripped me for so long. I started talking to friends again, letting the walls I'd built around myself crumble just a little. The man? He disappeared as quietly as he'd come. No goodbyes, no explanations beyond that final room full of memories and regrets. I never found out his name or how long he'd been watching. Part of me hoped I never would. Sometimes, late at night, when the house creaks and the shadows shift just so, I think I hear footsteps light and quick moving away down the hallway. It's not fear anymore. It's a reminder that the cracks are still there, but so am I. And maybe that's enough. Story 4, Roadborne Omen, The Hitchhiker's Deadly Warnings. I never planned on picking up a hitchhiker. That afternoon, the sky hung low and gray, thick with clouds that could have burst open at any moment. The air smelled cold and damp, like the ground had soaked up rain just hours before but refused to let go of the moisture. I kept my hand on the wheel, eyes flicking to the rearview mirror where the road stretched endlessly behind me. Then I saw the figure. A man, thumb out, standing by the side of the road near a faded sign that warned of a curve ahead. He wasn't waving frantically or making any exaggerated gestures, just waiting, like someone who knew exactly where he was going. I glanced at the clock. The rain had held off so far, but the clouds were thickening. I hesitated, fingers tightening on the wheel. Something in me didn't want to stop, but I did anyway. The truck slowed, tires crunching on gravel, and the man stepped forward, opening the passenger door with a quiet click. "Thanks," he said, voice calm. Too calm. He slid in without looking at me first. I cleared my throat. "Where to?" He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Just down the road a few miles." "I don't want to take up much of your time." I nodded, but my hands stayed stiff. The man smelled faintly of damp wool and something metallic, like the inside of an old locker room. He kept his gaze fixed out the window, watching the trees blur past. We drove in silence for a few minutes. The radio played a scratchy old song, but it felt distant, like a soundtrack to a scene I wasn't part of. Then he spoke, almost casually. "You'll want to slow down before the second curve. There's a patch of oil on the road." I blinked, surprised. "How do you know that?" He shrugged. "I'm observant." His voice was steady, but there was a sharpness underneath, like he was testing me. "Thanks for the heads up," I said, scanning the road ahead. I hadn't noticed. "Most people don't," he replied. "But you will." The words settled in the back of my mind, like a pebble dropped into still water. I slowed the truck, gripping the wheel a little tighter. Sure enough, just as he said, the road glistened slick and dangerous. I maneuvered around the patch carefully, feeling a flicker of unease. We kept going. The sky darkened further, and the first cold drops of rain began to tap against the windshield. The man's presence was oddly comforting and unsettling at the same time, like he belonged to the road but not quite to the world I knew. "Up ahead," he said after a stretch of silence, "the traffic light will flicker and go out. You'll have to stop completely, even if no one's coming." I glanced at the intersection before it came into view. He was right. The light blinked erratically, then died, leaving the crossroad in a dull, gray shadow. I pulled to a stop, feeling the rain settle into the gaps around the window seals. The man's eyes caught mine briefly in the mirror. "It's better this way. People get reckless when the light's out." I nodded, swallowing a dry laugh. "I suppose so." The truck idled as a few cars passed through cautiously, headlights cutting through the gloom. I found myself wondering how he knew all this. It couldn't be just luck. The way he spoke was too precise, like he'd done this drive 100 times but from a different perspective. Not long after, the engine sputtered, coughing once before the dashboard lights flickered. I cursed under my breath and pulled over to the shoulder. The man didn't say a word as I popped the hood, the cool rain misting over my fingers. "Battery's dead," I muttered, frustrated. "Just great." "You're going to need a jump," he said softly. I glanced up, surprise flickering again. "You know that too?" He nodded, eyes fixed on the road ahead. "I'm familiar with this route. Every little hiccup." The thought prickled at the back of my neck, and I had to fight the urge to shiver. How could he know so much? Was he some kind of road angel? A ghost? Ridiculous. I closed the hood, rain dripping from the edges. "I'll call roadside." "Won't do much good. The next service truck won't be here for at least an hour." I wiped my hands on my jeans, the fabric rough and damp. The man remained quiet, watching the road with an intensity that made me uneasy. "You okay?" I asked, breaking the silence. "Fine," he said, voice low. "Just waiting." The wind picked up, rattling the loose side mirror. A distant dog barked, sharp and sudden in the quiet. I pulled my jacket tighter, the cold seeping into my bones. "You planning to get out at the next town?" He shook his head without turning. "No. I'm going to ride with you as far as I can." There was something in the way he said it, no question, no suggestion. Like it was settled. I swallowed hard. "All right." The rain intensified, drumming on the roof with a steady rhythm. As I started the engine again, the dashboard lights flickered back to life, and the truck rumbled forward. We drove on, the road slick and winding under the heavy sky. I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd just invited something in, something I didn't understand yet. Something that had been watching me long before I ever saw him at the roadside. And that was the part that unsettled me the most. The rain had eased by the time we pulled off at the next rest stop, a grim little place with flickering fluorescent bulbs and a vending machine that looked like it hadn't worked in years. "Look," I said, trying to sound casual but finding my voice a notch too tight, "you've been right about everything so far. The breakdowns, the accidents, the road closures. It's freaky. But how do you know? You said you were just waiting." He turned then, eyes shadowed under the brim of his cap. "I watch. I listen. You have a pattern." I blinked. "Pattern?" "Yeah. You don't take the highway. You avoid the big cities. You stop at the same places when you drive through. You're predictable." I laughed, but it was hollow. Predictable? Maybe. But that's what makes life easier, not dangerous. He shrugged. "Maybe for you." His gaze sharpened, and I felt a strange chill crawl up my spine. "There's a moment coming. A choice only you can make." I swallowed hard. "What choice?" Before he could answer, a truck rumbled past, tires hissing on wet pavement. The sound echoed off the metal canopy overhead, heavy and ominous. I glanced down at the dashboard clock. Midnight. The air smelled faintly of diesel and damp earth. "Tell me," I said, "what's coming? And why me?" He looked away, jaw tight. "Because I'm not the first to watch you. And if you don't act, it won't be the last." The words hung between us, thick and heavy. I felt my pulse quicken, fingers tightening around the steering wheel. Something about him wasn't right, not just the knowledge, but the way he said it, like he'd been waiting for me to ask. I wanted to say more, to push for answers, but the silence stretched until the distant sound of footsteps on gravel made me glance up. A figure approached, a man in a worn jacket, carrying a battered clipboard. His eyes flicked nervously between us. "Sorry to bother you," he said, voice low. "There's been some trouble down the road. You might want to check." I glanced at the hitchhiker, who gave a subtle nod. "What kind of trouble?" "Accident. A bad one. Near mile marker 47. Traffic's backed up for miles." The hitchhiker's lips pressed into a thin line. "I told you." I exhaled slowly, already feeling the weight of what that meant. If he knew this, what else was he hiding? The man with the clipboard hesitated. "You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." I shook my head, forcing a smile. "Just tired. Thanks for the warning." He nodded and walked off, leaving us alone again under the flickering lights. "Come on," the hitchhiker said quietly. "Let's go see." I hesitated, then followed him out into the damp night. The air was colder now, sharper. The road stretched out before us, slick and glistening under the street lamps. As we walked, I tried to piece together what I'd learned so far, the predictions, the warnings, the strange intensity in his eyes. Something felt off, but I couldn't put my finger on it. When we reached the accident site, the scene was grim. Emergency vehicles lined the shoulder, flashing lights casting harsh shadows over twisted metal and shattered glass. A few officers cordoned off the area, but the road was still clogged with frustrated drivers inching forward. The hitchhiker leaned in close, voice barely a whisper. "You could have stopped this." I frowned. "What? How?" "By taking a different turn back there. You ignored the signs. You always do." I shook my head, the cold tightening around my chest. "I don't remember." He smiled, but it wasn't warm. "That's because I'm watching. You're not as careful as you think." A distant siren wailed, and the stench of burnt rubber and gasoline filled the air. I pulled my jacket tighter, the rough fabric scratchy against my skin. Why me? I asked again. Why watch me? He paused, eyes scanning the crowd. Because you're important. To them. Who? He didn't answer. Instead, he stepped back into the shadows, blending into the darkness like he belonged there. I stood alone by the roadside, the weight of his words pressing down. I wanted to believe this was some elaborate joke, or that I was imagining things. But the cold in my bones said otherwise. I had to find out who was watching me. And why. The hitchhiker's warnings weren't just coincidence. They were a map to something darker, something I couldn't yet see. And it was closing in fast. The streetlights flickered overhead, their weak glow doing little to pierce the growing gloom that seemed to swallow the night whole. I pulled my coat tighter around me, each breath visible in the chilled air, my mind racing with fragmented thoughts and half-formed fears. Somewhere beyond the veil of shadows, footsteps echoed, deliberate, measured, relentless. I didn't need to look to know they weren't mine. My phone lay dead in my pocket, its screen cracked from an earlier stumble. No way to call for help. No way to reach anyone who might understand what was happening. I was utterly alone, tangled in a web I had no idea how to unravel. The hitchhiker's cryptic words played over and over in my head, their meaning twisting, slipping just out of reach. Then, through the thickening silence, a whisper, "You can't run from what's already inside you." A shiver ran down my spine as I realized the danger wasn't just outside, it was within. And whatever haunted me knew that too. The whisper lingered in the cold air. The streetlights flickered again, one sputtering out with a soft pop. Darkness pooled beneath the failing bulbs, swallowing the edges of the sidewalk where the footsteps had echoed moments before. I glanced around, heart jolting when a shape shifted near a parked car, but it was just a stray cat, its eyes glinting like tiny mirrors. Relief was immediate and yet hollow. I knew something was wrong, everything was wrong. I pulled my coat tighter, the ruffle scratching at my neck, and forced my legs to move. Away. Anywhere but here. The night wasn't empty. Not really. I could hear it in the distant hum of traffic, the rustle of dry leaves skittering across the street, the faint drip of water from a broken gutter somewhere nearby. But beneath those ordinary sounds was something else, a low, constant thrum, like a pulse beneath the skin of the city. The hitchhiker's words twisted in my mind, sharper now, an event only you can prevent. Only me. That phrase had stuck like tar. I kept turning it over, trying to catch a crack in its meaning. I had to get back to the car. I knew that much. The idea of sitting still, waiting for something I couldn't name, was unbearable. Yet when I reached the place where I'd left it, a pit opened in my stomach. The driver's side door was ajar, swinging slowly in the wind. The faintest creak scraped against the silence. I shouldn't have been surprised. Nothing about this night made sense, so why should the car be untouched? Hands trembling, I stepped closer. The interior smelled faintly of damp fabric and gasoline, a smell I'd always associated with safety, and yet tonight, it felt foreign, like a trap. I slid inside. The heater was still faintly warm, but the dashboard clock blinked 12 o'clock like it had lost power. My phone lay on the passenger seat, screen cracked and dark, useless. I drilled my fingers into the steering wheel, trying to steady the racing thoughts. Then I noticed it. A folded piece of paper tucked beneath the wiper item. The handwriting was neat, almost clinical. You've passed the point of no return. Trying to walk away won't work. They've been watching you longer than you know. My throat tightened. Who's watching me? I muttered to myself, voice barely a rasp. The words weren't just a threat, they were a fact. Someone had been close enough to track my route, predict every accident, every breakdown. And now, they were telling me I couldn't escape. The realization hit me like a cold wave. This was no random hitchhiker, no chance encounter. They had been inside my life, inside my routines, following me with a precision that was frightening. I thought back to their calm voice, the way they had spoken about the future as if it were a script they'd memorized. The way they watched me too closely. I folded the note carefully and slipped it into my coat pocket. The car suddenly felt too small, too exposed. I needed air. I needed to think. Outside, the wind had picked up, rattling the loose branches overhead. The streetlights flickered once more, then steadied. Somewhere down the block, a dog barked sharply, its voice cracking the night's tension, but the sound only made the quiet moments between more oppressive. I started the engine. The car shuddered, hesitated, then came alive with a low rumble. I needed to move, had to put distance between me and whatever this was, but the hitchhiker's warning echoed in my mind, the event only I could prevent. What event? And how could I stop something I didn't even understand? I pulled out onto the main road, headlights cutting through the darkness. The city was a blur, lights smeared by rain that hadn't fallen yet but felt imminent. I checked the rearview mirror reflexively. No one. Not yet. As I drove, every shadow seemed to twitch, every reflection in the windows a reminder that I wasn't alone. My hands gripped the wheel so tightly my knuckles whitened. I wasn't sure if I was running towards something or away from it. Then, the radio crackled. Static at first. Then a voice, faint, distorted, but unmistakably my own. Stop. Don't go any further. The voice was from hours ago. A recording, maybe. My own words from the day before, a reminder or a warning. The message repeated, looping in the small space around me, threading through the static. I slammed the radio off, heart thudding so hard I thought it might burst. The car felt like a cage, the road a trap winding tighter around me. I realized then that the hitchhiker's knowledge wasn't just about accidents or breakdowns. They knew my past, my habits, my fears. And now they were forcing me to confront a future I hadn't prepared for. I reached a fork in the road, the street signs gleaming wet under the headlights. One way led to the highway, fast and exposed. The other wound into a dense cluster of streets, narrow and tangled like a maze. Neither felt safe. I hesitated, the weight of choice pressing down. The note burned in my pocket. The whisper lingered, sharper now, you can't run from what's already inside you. I realized the event the hitchhiker warned about wasn't some distant accident. It was happening right now. And no matter what I chose, there was no turning back. The air grew colder, sharper, smelling faintly of rain and something metallic I couldn't place. My fingers trembled as I reached for the gear shift, the engine's low growl steady beneath the storm that was about to break. Then, headlights appeared in the rearview mirror. Close. Too close. They weren't watching from a distance anymore. I slammed my foot down, the tires screeching as I took the fork toward the maze of streets, heart hammering, breath ragged, and the feeling that whatever was coming had finally caught up. No escape. No turning back. The point of no return was past. The headlights behind me stayed glued to my rearview mirror, relentless and close. I swallowed hard, trying to think. The streets twisted ahead like a labyrinth, narrow and slick with wet asphalt, the streetlights flickering as if struggling against the darkness. Shadows pulled in the corners where the yellow faded, and every turn seemed to lead deeper into the maze. The hitchhiker's warning echoed in my mind, you can't run from what's already inside you. I hated how true that sounded. The car behind me swerved slightly, matching my movements with eerie precision. Whoever or whatever it was, they knew this maze as well as I did. I slammed the wheel left, tires screaming in protest, sending a spray of water from the gutter onto the curb. My breath came out ragged and loud in the cramped cabin. There was something wrong about this chase. It wasn't just pursuit. It was a game. A sick, twisted game where the rules kept changing, and the end was something I didn't want to imagine. I forced myself to glance at the rearview mirror again. The headlights blinked in and out as if flickering with intention. The car wasn't just following me. It was watching. Waiting. I thought about slamming the brakes, making it stop, but what then? The hitchhiker's words echoed again, sharper this time. The event only you can stop is happening now. My throat tightened. What event? And why me? I gripped the steering wheel tighter, knuckles white, the leather rough beneath my fingers. The rain picked up, a cold, biting drizzle that seeped through the cracked window seals. I took a deep breath, trying to figure out my next move. The streets ahead split again, a dead end to the right, an alley to the left. The alley looked narrow and dark, the kind of place where the shadows swallowed sound whole. But the dead end was just that, a trap. I turned left. The alley was a tight squeeze, the brick walls rising up on either side like silent sentinels. The smell of damp concrete and something metallic, like old blood or rust, hung heavy in the air. I flicked the windshield wipers faster, the blades jerking unevenly, and suddenly the rearview mirror caught something else, a figure stepping out of the shadows at the alley's mouth. My heart slammed against my ribs. I slammed the brake, the tires skidding on the wet ground as the car shuddered to a stop. The figure didn't move, just stood there, blocking the exit like a living blockade. I leaned forward, trying to see through the rain, but the streetlight overhead flickered and died, plunging us into darkness. A rough breath, close enough that I could smell the sharp tang of cigarette smoke and something else, sweat, fear, or maybe just desperation. The figure's voice was low, almost a whisper. You shouldn't have come this far. My mouth went dry. I wanted to say something, anything, but the words stuck like gravel. I felt trapped, boxed in by the walls and the rain and whatever this was becoming. I glanced at the passenger seat, half expecting the hitchhiker to be there, but the seat was empty, the leather cold and damp. Who are you? I forced the words out, voice rough. The figure stepped closer, slow and deliberate. I caught the glint of a watch face under the raincoat sleeve, the second hand ticking steadily. Too steady. You're the one who needs to stop it. The thing you're running from. I swallowed the lump in my throat and looked down at my hands on the wheel. The note. The whispers. The predictions. They weren't just about the road, or accidents, or breakdowns. They were about me. What event? I asked, voice shaking now. The figure smiled, but it was more of a grimace. You know. The one you think you can outrun. The one you're trying to forget. A cold shiver ran down my spine. I tried to back up, but the alley was too narrow, the walls pressing in. The car's engine sputtered as I turned the key, nothing. Dead. Panic fluttered in my chest like a trapped bird. I looked up, the figure's face coming into focus at last. It was familiar. Too familiar. You. The word slipped out before I could stop it. They nodded slowly, eyes dark and unreadable. I've been watching. Waiting. You don't get to choose when this ends. But you do get to decide how. The rain hammered on the roof like a warning. I could taste the bitterness of fear in my mouth, sharp and acrid. My hands trembled on the wheel, fingers curling into fists. Why? Why are you doing this? I whispered. Because you left me behind. The answer cut deeper than I expected. Because you think you can erase the past, but it doesn't work that way. The streetlight flickered back to life, casting harsh shadows across their face. The cold, metallic smell grew stronger. I realized it wasn't just rain or rust. It was blood. Faint, but unmistakable. I blinked, heart hammering. The note in my pocket burned like fire. You, I said again, voice steadier this time. You're the accident. The event. The thing I'm supposed to stop. They nodded, stepping back toward the road. You can't run from what's inside you. But you can face it. Or you can let it destroy you. The headlights behind flared again, blinding and close. The figure vanished into the night as quickly as they appeared, swallowed by the rain and dark. The engine finally roared to life, a sudden gasp of power that shattered the silence. I didn't wait. I slammed the car into gear, tires spinning as I tore out of the alley, the maze swallowing me whole once more. The chase wasn't over. It never would be. But now I knew the truth. And it was worse than any accident. The past wasn't just a memory. It was a presence. A threat. A person. And I had nowhere left to hide. The rain had stopped by the time I pulled off the highway, but the air still hung heavy, damp and cold against my skin. I pulled the note from my pocket again, the ink now smudged from the rain and my clammy fingers. You are the accident. The words gnawed at me. Not just a metaphor, not just some unlucky break or a random collision of bad luck. It was me. I was the event, the thing that needed stopping. But how? And why? I thought of the hitchhiker's voice, low, steady, like a whispered warning in a crowded room. You can't run from what's inside you. But you can face it. Or you can let it destroy you. Their words echoed louder than the rain, louder even than my own thoughts. The car felt smaller suddenly, cramped and unfamiliar, like a cage. My hands gripped the steering wheel so hard my knuckles whitened. The leather beneath my fingers was slick with sweat, and the cold air from the vents did nothing to cool the fire burning in my chest. I started driving again, not sure where I was headed. The streets were quieter now, the late hours swallowing the usual noise of the city. Every shadow seemed deeper, every street lamp flickered like a warning. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the hitchhiker's pale face reflected back at me. But there was only my own eyes, wide and unblinking. I pulled into an all-night diner, the kind with cracked vinyl booths and fluorescent lights that buzzed faintly overhead. The smell of burnt coffee and frying grease filled the air, grounding me in something real, something tangible. I slid into a booth near the window and ordered black coffee, no sugar. The bitter taste bit at my tongue, sharp and necessary. I watched the rain-streaked streets, waiting for answers that wouldn't come. The hitchhiker's predictions had been terrifying in their accuracy, but this was different. It wasn't about accidents on the road or breakdowns. It was about me. Some part of me I hadn't seen, or refused to see. I pulled my phone out, the screen cracked from a previous spill, and scrolled through old messages and photos. There it was, in the back of my mind all along, the thread I'd been avoiding. The night of the accident 3 years ago. The night everything changed. I stared at a photo of the intersection where it happened, the traffic lights frozen in red. My hands trembled as I swiped through memories I thought I'd buried. I remembered the sound of screeching tires, the metallic crunch, the voices screaming. I remembered the smell of gasoline and burnt rubber. But most of all, I remembered the silence afterward, the unbearable, suffocating quiet that followed. I had never told anyone what I saw that night. Not really. Not the part that didn't make sense. the figure standing at the edge of the wreckage, watching. Not moving. Not helping. Just watching. Suddenly the pieces clicked together with a sickening clarity. The hitchhiker hadn't just been predicting accidents. They'd been watching me. Watching my past, my present, my future. Waiting to see how I'd react. Waiting to see if I'd break or fight. I drained my coffee, the bitter dregs scraping my throat, and stepped back into the cold night. The city felt different now, less like home and more like a maze designed to trap me. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, the fabric rough against my skin. I walked to the corner where the accident had happened, the street lamp flickering overhead. No one was there. Just empty pavement and the distant hum of traffic. I closed my eyes and breathed in the damp air, tasting the faint hint of rust and memory. A voice caught my attention, soft, almost hesitant. I turned sharply, half expecting to see the hitchhiker again, but it was just a woman walking her dog. She smiled briefly, a small nod of understanding, and continued on her way. The dog barked once, sharp and clear, and then silence. I realized then that the threat, the event I was supposed to prevent, wasn't some external force or fate. It was the weight of the past pressing down on me, the choices I'd made and the ones I still had to make. The hitchhiker had been a mirror, reflecting everything I tried to ignore. I felt something shift inside me. Not relief, exactly. More like a settling, a quiet acceptance. I couldn't change what had happened, but maybe I could change what came next. I got back into the car, the leather seat cold beneath me. The engine started with a smooth purr, not a gasp. I pulled onto the street, the city unfolding before me like a book I was only just ready to read. The road stretched out, empty and waiting. I didn't look back this time. I didn't need to. I drove into the night, not running, not hiding. Facing whatever came next, 1 mile at a time. The neon lights blurred past in streaks of color, reflections dancing on the windshield like fleeting memories. Somewhere ahead, laughter spilled out from an open cafe door, a reminder that life went on even in the quiet spaces I had left behind. I breathed in deeply, the cool night air filling the car as if it carried new possibilities. Each turn felt deliberate, a small rebellion against the weight of the past. The road was no longer just a path, it was a promise. Story 5, Neglected Allergy, Babysitter's Fatal Oversight. The first time I noticed something was off, it was just after lunch. I glanced at the clock. 30 minutes since I left the house to run a quick errand, leaving the new babysitter, Marissa, alone with him. She was supposed to be the solution, someone reliable, someone who wouldn't just watch but actually care. I'd found her through a friend of a friend, a college student with good references, or so I thought. She arrived wearing sneakers scuffed at the toes and a backpack slung carelessly over one shoulder, her hair pulled back into a loose ponytail that looked like it had been tied in a hurry. When I left, Marissa seemed fine. Polite, if a little distracted. She asked the usual questions, what to feed Tommy, where the first aid kit was, the number to call if anything went wrong. I remember thinking she was a bit vague on some answers, especially when I mentioned Tommy's allergies. He's allergic to peanuts, and I made sure to emphasize it more than once. No peanuts, I said, not even traces. Marissa nodded, but I didn't catch the hesitation right then. Now, standing by the doorway, I saw Tommy's face beginning to redden, a faint rash blossoming on his cheeks. His eyes were watery, but Marissa was sitting opposite him, scrolling through her phone, barely looking up. My throat tightened. "Tommy?" I called out, stepping fully into the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. "Are you okay?" He blinked at me, his lips trembling. "It itches," he said softly. Marissa finally looked up, her expression blank. "Maybe he's just warm." Kids get hot sometimes. I frowned. But he's allergic. You know that. She shrugged, standing and walking over to the fridge. I mean, it's probably nothing. He looks fine. The words struck me like a cold breeze. She sounded unconcerned, maybe even annoyed. I felt the air thicken, the sunlight seeming to dim a little despite the afternoon. I moved closer to Tommy, brushing my hand gently over his rash. It was spreading. Did he eat anything with peanuts? I asked sharply. Marissa hesitated, then said, I gave him some cookies. They didn't have peanuts on the label. I blinked, the noise in the kitchen suddenly louder, the ticking clock, the distant hum of cars on the street, the scrape of a chair as Tommy shifted uneasily. Cookies? I echoed. Did you read the ingredients? She shrugged again, a little too easily. I didn't think it was a big deal. I swallowed hard, trying to keep my voice calm. Tommy, do you feel dizzy or itchy anywhere else? He shook his head, but his small hand went up to scratch at his neck, where the rash was darker. Marissa was already turning away, her phone back in hand. I'll just call your mom, she said, meaning me, but it wasn't a promise. More like a dismissal. I didn't move for a moment, feeling the rough plaster of the wall under my fingertips. The kitchen smelled faintly of lemon cleaner and something else, something faintly metallic or chemical that I couldn't place. The clock ticked on, relentless and cold. When I did speak, my voice was sharper than I meant. You need to know this stuff. It's not just rules on a list. It's his life. She looked at me then, really looked, and there was something in her eyes that made me pause. Not fear, exactly. More like boredom. Or maybe impatience. It was hard to tell. I'm not a nurse, she said. I'm just babysitting. That should have been enough to make me ask her to leave, to call someone else, to stop trusting a stranger with my son. But I didn't. I didn't know why. Maybe because the rash wasn't worse. Maybe because Tommy was still breathing on his own, still talking, still sitting upright. Maybe because I wanted to believe it was an accident, a simple mistake. I watched her sit back down, scrolling again, the light flickering briefly above us, casting a pale shadow over Tommy's face. He smiled weakly at me, but the red patches on his skin seemed to pulse under the uneven light. Later, when I came home, everything looked normal. The living room smelled faintly of vanilla air freshener, the TV was playing cartoons, and Tommy was curled up on the couch with a blanket. Marissa greeted me with a tired smile, a little too practiced, and said, "He's fine now. Just a little rash." I gave him some water. I nodded, but my hands trembled slightly as I took Tommy's hand. The rash was fading, but I could still see it, like a bruise beneath his skin. I could still taste the sharp tang of worry on my tongue. I told myself it was nothing. Just a bad reaction, a misunderstanding. I told myself Marissa didn't mean to be careless. But the words sounded hollow, like a cracked porcelain doll. That night, as I lay awake listening to the house settle and the slow breathing of my son in the next room, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted. A quiet, creeping doubt that maybe this babysitter wasn't just inexperienced. Maybe she was something else entirely. And I didn't know if it was accidental or intentional. I stared at the ceiling, the shadows twisting into shapes I didn't want to face. Every creak became a whisper, every silence a warning. Whatever Marissa was hiding, it was no longer just about babysitting. The night stretched long after I finally drifted off, but sleep was shallow. I got up and paced the kitchen, the floor cool beneath my bare feet. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, a metronome that somehow made the silence louder. I poured a cup of coffee, the bitter taste grounding me. I needed facts. Not shadows, not suspicions. Facts. Marissa's ignorance was one thing, but what if it went deeper? I couldn't let it. Not with Tommy. I decided to start small. I pulled out my phone and opened a notes app. The plan was simple. List everything I knew about Tommy's allergies, his usual symptoms, and basic first aid steps Marissa should have been able to handle. Then, I compare it with what Marissa actually knew. I wrote down, Tommy peanut allergy, mild hives, anaphylaxis risk. EpiPen in the kitchen drawer. If rash appears, contact me immediately. If breathing changes, call 911. Basic first aid, ice pack for swelling, antihistamine for mild reactions. I reread the list and shivered. I had explained all this to Marissa the day before, hadn't I? I remembered the way she'd nodded, smiled politely. But did she even understand? Or was she pretending? The thought made my stomach twist. I couldn't shake the image of her handing Tommy water like it was some cure-all. Water doesn't stop allergic reactions. It doesn't stop swelling or breathing problems. I knew that. She should have known that. Still, I needed more than gut feelings. Around 8:30, I called Marissa, pretending to be out for the morning. I asked her how Tommy was doing. Her voice was light, too light, like she was trying to sound casual. He's fine, she said, but then added, I gave him some juice earlier. He seemed a bit fussy, but nothing serious. Did the rash come back at all? No rash. She sounded certain. I hesitated. Did you check his EpiPen? You know, just in case? There was a pause. Yeah, it's there. I didn't need it. I thanked her and hung up, but the doubt didn't fade. If Tommy had been fine, why was I still so worried? Later that day, I made a point of coming home early. I wanted to watch Marissa with Tommy, see how she handled him without me hovering in the background. When I arrived, I found them in the living room. Marissa was on the floor, playing blocks with Tommy. He was smiling, his cheeks rosy but normal. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe I was imagining things. But then I noticed the small bottle of antihistamines on the coffee table. It was empty. Not just a little, completely empty. I frowned. Where had she gotten those? I hadn't given her any. I asked casually, Marissa, did you give Tommy any medicine today? She looked up, startled. Just the juice. I thought maybe that would help. Juice doesn't help allergies, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. She shrugged. Well, I didn't see any rash or anything, so I didn't think it was necessary. I glanced at Tommy, who was busy knocking over a tower of blocks. Did you notice anything odd? Like swelling or trouble breathing? Marissa hesitated. No. He seemed fine. Her hesitance made my stomach clench. Something wasn't right. I pulled out the empty antihistamine bottle again. Where did this come from? She bit her lip and glanced away. I found it in the medicine cabinet. Thought I'd use it just in case. My hands clenched into fists. She had no business giving Tommy anything without asking me. Especially not medication I didn't approve. I took a breath, trying not to let my frustration spill over. You need to call me before giving him anything. Especially medicine. My voice was firmer now. Marissa nodded, but I caught a flicker of something annoyance. Maybe fear in her eyes. I wasn't sure. I didn't want to be the overbearing parent, but I couldn't ignore this either. That evening, after Marissa left, I sat down at the kitchen table with my laptop. I started searching for babysitting certification courses, allergy training, anything that could help me understand what Marissa might have missed. There was a lot of information online about recognizing allergic reactions, administering EpiPens, and emergency protocols. The more I read, the clearer it became how much Marissa didn't know. Then I found a local babysitter review site. I hesitated before typing her name. It wasn't a common one, but there she was. Not a single review. No ratings. No comments. Just a blank profile. That seemed odd, but maybe she was new. I dug deeper, scrolling through community forums and neighborhood groups. A few posts mentioned her, but they were vague. One parent said she was quiet, keeps to herself. Another mentioned odd behavior, but didn't elaborate. I clicked on the user's profile, hoping for more context, but nothing helpful. I closed the laptop, feeling a weight settle on my chest. The more I learned, the less I felt like I knew. And the more I questioned what Marissa was really capable of. The next day, I decided to call the agency I'd found her through. Maybe they had background checks or training records. The woman I spoke to was polite but evasive. "We do basic screening," she said. "But babysitting is often informal. We recommend parents interview thoroughly." I pressed. "What about first aid certification? Allergy awareness?" She sighed. "Not all sitters have those. We encourage training, but it's not mandatory." I thanked her but felt the chill of frustration. No one was protecting my son except me. That night, I watched Tommy sleep, his chest rising and falling softly. I ran my hand over his hair, feeling the fine strands slip between my fingers. I wanted to believe Marissa was just careless, not dangerous. But the empty medicine bottle, her vague answers, the missing reviews, they didn't add up. Something was wrong. And I was running out of time to figure out what. Later, as I prepared Tommy's lunch for the next day, I noticed a small smudge on the counter. It was sticky, like spilled juice someone hadn't wiped up properly. I frowned and grabbed a damp cloth, wiping carefully. The surface felt sticky beneath the cloth, sticky and cold. I paused, fingers hovering over the spot. The house was quiet except for the distant hum of traffic and the occasional creak from the walls settling. I knew I had to keep watching, keep digging. Because if Marissa's ignorance was intentional, if she was hiding something, it wasn't just a matter of incompetence anymore. It was a threat. And threats don't wait politely to be discovered. The phone buzzed on the counter. A new message from an unknown number. "Stop looking. It's better for everyone." I stared at the screen, my hands trembling. Who was warning me? And why? The warning flashed on my phone screen like a sudden stab. Stop looking. I wanted to call someone, anyone, but my mind was a fogged mirror, cracked, unclear. Who would believe this? A stranger's cryptic message, a babysitter with no clue about allergies, and Tommy's unexplained distress. Was I losing it? The thought was almost as terrifying as the message itself. I shoved the phone into my pocket and forced myself to breathe. The sticky smudge on the counter nagged at me, a small but stubborn detail. I wiped it again, slower this time, as if erasing it might wipe away the creeping dread. But it remained, stubbornly tacky beneath the cloth. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been here after I left, or worse, that Marissa had been less than honest about what she'd been doing while watching Tommy. Tommy was upstairs. I imagined him half asleep in his bed, the soft rise and fall of his chest a fragile comfort. The thought should have soothed me, but instead it made my throat tighten. The house was too quiet. I needed proof. Something concrete, something to hold on to. I grabbed my keys and slipped out the back door, the cool night air biting at my skin. The garden was a tangle of shadows and rustling leaves. The faint scent of damp earth mixed with the sharp tang of gasoline from the neighbor's lawnmower left idling somewhere nearby. It was ordinary, too ordinary for how my nerves screamed in my chest. I paced along the back fence, eyes scanning for the smallest clue. A discarded wrapper? A footprint? Anything. But the ground was dry and cracked, the only sound my boots crunching on brittle leaves. My phone buzzed again in my pocket, but I ignored it. Back inside, I headed straight for Tommy's room. The door creaked open, and I froze. The smell hit me first, a faint, chemical sharpness, like cleaning products but not quite. Something else. I scanned the room quickly. His toy box was overturned, a couple of blocks scattered on the floor. His blanket was twisted, and his pillow looked like it had been shifted in a hurry. Then I noticed the small bottle on the dresser. The one I hadn't seen before. I pulled it closer, squinting at the label. It was prescription medication, but the name meant nothing to me, and there was no note about it in the folder I gave Marissa. No mention at all. The implications spun in my head. Had Marissa been giving him something without telling me? Was this the cause of his recent reactions? Or worse, was it poison? The thought was absurd, yet the fear clung to me like a second skin. A sudden noise made me jump, a soft thud from downstairs. The house was supposed to be empty except for me and Tommy. I strained my ears. Silence again, but now it wasn't reassuring. It was waiting. I crept down the stairs, each step creaking underfoot. At the bottom, the kitchen was empty, but the light above the sink flickered once. Then steadied. The sticky spot on the counter caught my eye again. I touched it, this time with trembling fingers. It was still sticky, but now there was something else, faint fingerprints, smudged and partial. Someone had been here. Had they been watching me? Watching us. My phone buzzed again. Another message from the unknown number. You chose this. No turning back. I dropped the bottle from my hand, the clink sharp and the quiet. My breath hitched, and a cold rush of panic flooded every nerve ending. What had I gotten myself into? Or rather, what had Marissa gotten into, and why drag my family into it? I wanted to call the police, but then I remembered the last time I tried to report my concerns about Marissa's incompetence. Without hard evidence, they'd probably laugh me off or worse, question my judgment as a parent. And what if the person sending these messages was closer than I thought? Someone with access to the house, or worse, Marissa herself. I sank into a kitchen chair, the plastic hard and cold against my skin. My mind raced through everything again, the vague answers about Tommy's allergies, the missing emergency contacts, the way Marissa ignored his wheezing last week until I got home and had to step in. Had I been blind? Foolish? The front doorbell rang, sharp and sudden. I froze, heart hammering. Who else knew? Who else was watching me? Peeking through the peephole, I saw a woman standing on the porch, soaked by the drizzle that had just started outside. Her face was half hidden beneath a hood, but I recognized her immediately. Marissa. I didn't answer. My throat was dry, words stuck like gravel. The doorbell rang again, more insistent this time, followed by a low voice. Let me in. We need to talk. Now. The voice was calm but carried a weight that pressed down on my chest. I glanced at the stairs, then back at the door. No way out without confrontation. No quick escape. I was trapped. And whatever Marissa had become, whatever warning I'd been given, it was clear now. I had crossed a line. There was no turning back. The threat wasn't just ignorance or negligence anymore. It was something darker. Something deliberate. I reached for the phone, fingers trembling, but the screen was black. Dead. No signal. Silence. Complete silence. And the doorbell rang again. The doorbell rang again. Louder this time. More impatient. Like it was demanding something from me I couldn't give. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped the phone before I realized it was dead. No signal, no battery, nothing but a black screen staring back like a void. Marissa's voice came through the door, soft but unyielding. Please. Just open up. We can't do this through the door. I swallowed hard, my throat bone dry. The drizzle from outside had seeped under the doorframe, cold and wet at my feet. The house felt suddenly smaller, the walls closing in like they were trying to trap me here, to keep me from running, from thinking, from fighting. I glanced at the stairs. Upstairs, my son was probably still asleep, or maybe restless, unaware of the silent war unfolding downstairs. I wanted to rush to him, to wrap him in my arms and shield him from whatever this was. But the door, the barrier between me and Marissa, was the only thing standing between safety and chaos. Marissa, I'm not opening up. Not tonight, I said, voice barely above a whisper, hoping she wouldn't hear the trembling. Her footsteps shifted on the porch, slick with rain. You don't understand. You don't know what's happening. You need to listen. I wanted to believe her, to find some thread of the woman I'd known before, the one who'd babysat my son with a smile, who'd seemed like a friend, not a threat. But the cracks were too wide now. Too deep. The way she dismissed the allergic reaction last week. The way she'd ignored the cough that kept growing worse. The way she'd looked at my son, not with concern, but something colder. Something almost calculating. I stepped back from the door. The wood felt solid beneath my palm, but it didn't offer much comfort. Why are you here, Marissa? What do you want? My voice was steadier now, but my insides were twisting into knots. For a moment, silence. Then, her voice, low and urgent. I'm here because you don't get it. You think you're protecting him. But you're only making it worse. I pressed my forehead against the doorframe, breath fogging the wood. I don't understand. Because you don't see it. You never saw it. A pause. You think I don't care. But I do. More than you ever will. The words were a puzzle, a dark riddle with no clear answer. What did she mean? What had I missed? A creak from the side of the house made me jump. The rain had picked up, tapping against the windows like a restless heartbeat. I glanced back toward the living room, half expecting to see someone else. But no one. Just the faint glow of a street lamp casting long shadows across the floor. I took a breath and forced myself to step away from the door. I needed air, clarity, something solid to hold on to. But then, a noise from the kitchen. A drawer closing sharply. My heart lurched. Marissa's voice, now calm but firm, opened the door. No! I can't. Then I'm coming in. The lock clicked. My skin prickled. The door didn't move, but the sound was enough. Someone was trying. Testing me. Pushing boundaries. I backed away, toward the hallway. The baby monitor was on the counter, dead battery, of course. My last lifeline gone. A sudden, sharp cry from upstairs ripped through the house. My son. I froze. The sound was raw, desperate. I was supposed to be the one protecting him. But right now, I was trapped, helpless. Please, I whispered, voice breaking. Please don't hurt him. The doorbell rang again, frantic now, desperate. I wanted to scream, to run, to disappear. Marissa, I called, voice trembling. What are you doing? Why are you here? Why now? No answer. Only the rain. Only the silence. Only the echo of a child's cry that wouldn't stop. I didn't know how long I stood there, frozen between fear and fury, between love and suspicion. The house had become a cage, and Marissa was the key I didn't want to use, but maybe had no choice but to. Then, the doorbell stopped. The silence returned. I held my breath, waiting for the next move. And waited. Finally, I reached the door. My fingers brushed the lock. It felt warm now, almost alive. I hesitated. I knew whatever was behind the door wasn't just ignorance anymore. It was danger. A darkness that had crept into the edges of our lives, twisting everything familiar into something unrecognizable. I took a deep breath, my fingers tightening around the doorknob. And then I opened it. The room beyond was cloaked in shadows, the faint outline of furniture barely visible in the dim light. A cold draft brushed past me, carrying with it a faint scent of something metallic, like iron or blood. My heart pounded in my chest as I stepped inside, each footfall echoing unnervingly against the bare walls. Suddenly, a low whisper echoed from the corner, indistinct but unmistakably there. I squinted, trying to discern its source. The air grew heavier, pressing down on my lungs, making each breath a struggle. Somewhere in the darkness, something moved slowly, deliberately, reminding me that some doors, once opened, never closed cleanly again. I forced myself forward, every nerve screaming to flee, but curiosity anchored me deeper into the shadows where the whisper had come from. My hand brushed against a cold, rough surface, stone, maybe, and I traced its outline, trying to ground myself. The whisper grew clearer, a fragmented sentence that seemed almost pleading. Help me, don't forget. The voice was fragile, like a breath caught between worlds. Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught my eye. From the gloom emerged a figure, a woman, her face pale and drawn, eyes hollow but fixed on me with an urgent intensity. Her lips parted, but no sound came. Instead, she reached out, a trembling hand extending as if to grasp something just beyond reach. My heart hammered. I wanted to run, but something in her gaze held me firm. Behind her, another presence stirred. A man stepped forward, older, his features shadowed beneath a hood. Unlike the woman, his eyes burned with a quiet resolve. You shouldn't be here, he said, voice low but steady. This place remembers more than you're ready to face. I swallowed hard, the weight of their unspoken stories pressing down. Who are you? I managed, voice barely above a whisper. The woman's hand dropped, and she faded slowly, dissolving into the mist that seemed to pulse with the chamber's breath. The man remained, his gaze piercing. We are the echoes of what was lost. And now, you carry our burden forward. The woman had vanished. I wanted to ask what that meant, who they were, what the burden was. But the silence stretched, thick and suffocating, and I found no words. Instead, the man stepped back, melting into the gloom until he was gone, swallowed by the shadows like a whisper lost in the dark. The flickering light from my phone was the only thing steady, casting long, trembling shadows on the rough stone walls. I exhaled, slow and harsh, the taste of stale air bitter in my mouth. The room was empty, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the walls themselves were watching, waiting. I stumbled out of the chamber, the uneven stairs rough beneath my palms. Outside, the night had deepened. The wind picked up, rattling the skeletal trees against the black sky. I paused, the cold biting through my jacket, and looked back once more. The entrance was a dark maw, threatening to swallow me whole if I dared to look again. I didn't. The next morning was heavy with silence. A low, gray light filtered through the curtains, and the house smelled faintly of damp wood and forgotten things. I sat at the kitchen table, tracing a circle on the scratched surface with my fingertip. My mind replayed the night's events, the woman's hollow eyes, her outstretched hand, the man's quiet warning. I wasn't sure what I expected to find after all had answers. Closure? Instead, I found only questions, gnawing and relentless. Why had those figures appeared to me? What did they mean by "this place remembers"? And most unsettling of all, what burden did I now carry? The phone buzzed on the table, breaking the quiet. It was a message from the babysitter. My stomach tightened. I hadn't wanted to hear from her again. Not after what I discovered about her ignorance, her dangerous negligence with my child's health. Still, I opened it. "Is everything okay? I'm sorry about yesterday. I want to make things right." Her words felt hollow, like a cracked mask slipping off. I didn't know if I could trust her anymore. That message was a thread dangling in the dark, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to pull it. I thought about calling her, confronting her directly. But something stopped me. The memory of my child's flushed cheeks, the shallow breathing, the way she'd ignored the signs without hesitation, deliberate or not. That moment when I realized danger wasn't an accident. It was a choice. No! I wasn't going to let her back in, not without answers, and not without proof. Later that day, I took my child to the doctor. The sterile smell of antiseptics and the quiet murmur of the waiting room contrasted sharply with the shadows I'd faced the night before. My child clung to my hand, small fingers trembling slightly. The doctor was thorough, listening carefully as I described the babysitter's behavior, the ignored symptoms, the lack of knowledge about allergies. "You did the right thing bringing her in," the doctor said, voice calm but firm. "Ignoring allergy symptoms can be dangerous. It's good you caught it early." I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. The relief was immediate but incomplete. The doctor prescribed a treatment plan, gave me a list of emergency steps, and urged me to find a new caregiver. I promised myself I would. As we left the clinic, the sun broke through the clouds, a tentative warm light spreading across the street. My child looked up at me, eyes still wary but a little brighter, and I felt something shift inside. Hope, maybe. Or just the stubborn will to keep going. That evening, I sat by the window, watching the street lamps flicker on one by one. The shadows lengthened, but inside, the house felt quieter, less oppressive. I thought about the figures from the chamber, the echoes of what was lost. Maybe they were memories of pain, warnings from the past. Or maybe they were part of me now, reminders that some burdens don't vanish simply because you want them to. I realized I had changed. The fear that had crippled me before was still there, but now it was tempered by something sharper: awareness. I wouldn't be blind to danger again. Not to ignorance disguised as care, not to the subtle signs of distress that could so easily be overlooked or dismissed. The babysitter's message remained unread on my phone. I deleted it. I wasn't ready for her apology. Maybe I never would be. Days passed. The house felt less like a trap, more like a home again. I hired a new babysitter, someone patient, knowledgeable, who asked questions instead of pretending to have all the answers. Watching my child laugh again, breathing easily, I felt the tight knot in my chest loosen. But sometimes, in the quiet moments before sleep, I still saw that woman's face, the pale, drawn features, the hollow eyes reaching out. And I remembered the man's words: "You carry our burden forward." What burden, exactly? I didn't know. But I understood this much: some dangers don't end when the immediate threat is gone. They linger in the mind, in the shadows of memory, in the cautious steps we take afterward. I had been forced to look into the darkness, and though I'd stepped back into the light, part of me remained there watching, waiting, carrying what was lost. I ran my fingers over the scar on my wrist, a faint reminder of that night's panic, the frantic rush to protect. The skin was smooth now, but the memory remained raw. Maybe that was the real horror, not the figures in the dark, not the ignorance that nearly harmed my child, but the fragile, trembling edge between safety and danger, trust and betrayal. I wasn't sure if I was stronger or weaker for carrying that burden, but I knew I was changed. And this time, I would be ready. Story 6, Duplicated Lives, Haunted by Shared Memories. The first time I noticed something was wrong, I was standing in line at the coffee shop on 8th and Main, waiting for my usual black, no sugar, no fuss, and a man behind me cleared his throat and said, "Excuse me, but aren't you John Miller?" I turned, startled by the familiarity in his voice, the way he said my name exactly as my mother always did, soft, with that faint inflection like a question. I blinked. "No, sorry. You must have me mistaken." He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "I'm pretty sure. You had the same terrible haircut junior year, remember? That awful bowl cut thing?" I shook my head, feeling the heat rise in my cheeks. I don't remember that haircut at all. I'd never had a bowl cut. Not once. But he spoke with such confidence, as if he was recalling a shared memory, not imagining something. The barista called my name, and I took the cup without really tasting the coffee. I walked outside into the gray drizzle, the damp air clinging to my jacket. The man's words lingered, a soft echo that made me glance over my shoulder, half expecting to see him trailing behind. But the street was empty except for a kid on a skateboard who nearly clipped me as he sped past. I'm not the kind of person who gets rattled easily, but that encounter hummed in my mind all day. The odd thing was, I couldn't place the man anywhere else except for that brief moment. And something about his certainty gnawed at me. Later, at my apartment, I sat on the peeling couch, the fabric rough against my skin, and tried to shake the feeling. I switched on the radio. The static buzzed in my ears, a low murmur that seemed to fill the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. Outside, the wind rattled the old window frames, a hollow, persistent tapping, like a fingernail drumming on wood. I told myself to forget it. Probably just a coincidence. Someone's name mixed up with mine. Happens all the time. But even as I thought it, I realized I couldn't remember what I had for breakfast that morning. Not exactly. Just a vague impression of toast and something bitter. Coffee, maybe. That struck me as strange. I never forgot something so ordinary. I often replayed small moments from the day like a mental jukebox, but now there was a flicker and absence. I tried to focus, to recall what I did before the coffee shop, but it was like looking for a shadow in a dark room. The next day, I saw him again at the grocery store this time. Different man, but the same thing. John, right? I swear, you're the guy who used to borrow my notes in chemistry. You were always so quiet. Remember the test we bombed together? I froze by the cereal aisle. I didn't remember him at all. Or chemistry. I never did well in science. I think you're lost, I said, voice tighter than I wanted. He frowned, like I'd punched him in the gut. No, you're the one who's mixed up. We had the same life, down to the smallest detail. I mean, same childhood, same parents, same stories. I laughed, nervously. That's impossible. He leaned closer. Is it? Because I'm real, and you're the one who's starting to forget. I walked away, the echoes of his words ringing louder than the fluorescent lights overhead. The bread aisle smelled stale, but I couldn't bring myself to buy anything. The cashier's monotone beep of scanning items felt like a countdown. By the time I got back to my apartment, my hands trembled. I checked my phone, scrolling through contacts, pictures, messages. Everything was familiar, yet strange. Like a book I'd read 100 times, but now the words were smudged. I tried to call my sister, but the line was dead. No dial tone. I fiddled with the cord, the plastic cold and unforgiving. I tapped the receiver against my palm, but it stayed silent. I sank onto the floor, the cold linoleum pressing against my legs. What was happening? Was I losing my mind? The next morning, I found a note slipped under my door. No handwriting I recognized. Just a single sentence. You're not who you think you are. The writing was neat, printed in block letters with a black marker. I stared at it for a long time. The paper felt thick, almost glossy, and smelled faintly of mildew and old paperbacks. I shoved it in my pocket and walked out, trying to act normal, but everything felt off, the way the sky hung low and gray, the way the city seemed quieter, like it was holding its breath. At work, I sat at my desk, the surface scratched and sticky from years of neglect. My computer hummed, the cursor blinking impatiently on a blank document. I tried to focus on reports, emails, anything, but the words jumbled together, slipping through my fingers like water. A colleague stopped by, smiling. "Hey, John. You coming to the team lunch today?" I blinked. The name felt right, but the face was unfamiliar. I don't think I'm on the list." She looked puzzled. "You've been here 2 years. You're the project lead." I nodded slowly, the room tilting. "Led?" I barely recalled the project, let alone leading it. The day crawled by, each moment heavier than the last. I caught myself staring out the window at the dull brick buildings, the occasional flutter of pigeons. The air smelled faintly of rain and exhaust, a mix that always made me feel tired. That evening, I walked home through the park, the path damp and slick underfoot. The trees cast long shadows, their branches scratching at the sky. I heard footsteps behind me, quick, light, then slowing, but when I turned, no one was there. The silence pressed in, thick and unnatural. Back in my apartment, I checked my phone again. Messages from unknown numbers, all the same text. "Do you remember your real life?" I didn't reply. I didn't know what to say. My reflection in the cracked mirror looked back at me, eyes wide and tired. Who was I? The man who remembered his childhood, or the ones who claimed to share it? Each encounter chipped away at something inside me, like a stone dropped into a still pond, rippling until the surface no longer showed what lay beneath. I sat in the dark, the city's distant hum a low, restless pulse. The note burned in my pocket. I wasn't sure if I wanted to find out who was right, or if I even had a right to know anymore. The city never really sleeps, but last night felt different. Morning arrived with a gray, flat sky and a drizzle that blurred the world outside. I woke with the bitter taste of exhaustion in my mouth, like I hadn't slept at all. The note was still there, folded and creased, as if mocking me. I wasn't sure if I wanted to answer those messages or even understand them. But the strangers, those identical versions of me, haunted every thought. Each meeting had left a void where a memory used to be. What if I was becoming a ghost of myself? I poured coffee, bitter and sharp, and sat by the window. A stray cat darted between parked cars, its fur matted and dull. A siren wailed somewhere in the distance, slicing through the drizzle. The city was waking up, indifferent to my unraveling. I had to find out more. I needed to know if this was some kind of sick joke or if there was really something or someone systematically erasing who I was. I started by retracing my steps from the day before, the park where I'd heard those footsteps. The damp earth smelled of moss and something sour, like spoiled leaves. The path was slick, and I slipped once, catching myself on a rough tree trunk that scraped my palm. I crouched, fingers brushing the ground, looking for anything out of place, a dropped phone, a scrap of paper, a clue. Nothing. But then I noticed something strange. The bench where I'd stopped to catch my breath was smeared with faint fingerprints, smudged and half-wiped. They were too high to be from a child or someone sitting on the seat. They trailed along the backrest, as if someone had been gripping it tightly. I reached out, my fingers trembling. The wood was cold, slick with rain, but beneath my touch, I imagined the presence of those other me's, the ones who'd whispered their stories, who'd stared with hollow eyes like they were pleading for something I couldn't give. I took a photo with my phone, hands unsteady, then noticed the time, 8:17 a.m. The park was nearly empty, save for an elderly man walking his dog, the animal tugging eagerly on the leash. Our eyes met briefly. He nodded, a polite, distant gesture, and I nodded back, though I had no idea why. Back in my apartment, I spread out everything I gathered so far, the note, my phone with the messages, the photo of the bench. The rain drummed softly against the window pane, a steady, hypnotic rhythm. I stared at the screen, scrolling through the unknown numbers texts. Each one the same. Do you remember your real life? No context, no signature. Just repetition. I tried calling one back, but it went straight to voicemail. Then I looked through my contacts. Oddly, a name I didn't recognize blinked at me. No number, just the initial. I tapped it. A message popped up. Meet me. Noon. Cafe on 5th. No question mark, no elaboration. I frowned. Was this a trap? Another version of me? I didn't want to meet another stranger who claimed to share my past. But I also couldn't ignore it. Curiosity gnawed at me like a persistent ache. The cafe was a small, dim place with cracked tiles and the faint scent of burnt coffee. It smelled like a memory I couldn't place. At noon, I sat at a corner table, watching the door. The world outside was softened by drizzle, umbrellas bobbing like dark petals in the wind. A woman entered. She looked nothing like me, but her eyes held a strange familiarity. She carried a leather-bound notebook and a pen, sliding into the seat opposite me without asking. "I'm Eleanor," she said, voice low, cautious. "I know what you're going through." I blinked, unsure if I should believe her. "You don't remember me," she added quickly, "but I remember you. Or rather, versions of you." She opened the notebook. Inside were pages filled with dates, places, names, our names. Variations of mine. Each entry detailed meetings, conversations, disappearances. I recognized the handwriting, mine, but shaky, uncertain. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, voice barely audible over the clink of cups and murmurs around us. "I'm trying to stop it," she said. "There's something or someone tracking us. Creating copies, erasing memories. It's systematic. We're not the only ones. There are others, scattered in different cities, different countries. But the effect is the same. Each encounter makes us forget who we really are." I swallowed hard. The air tasted metallic, like the inside of a crowded subway car. My hands trembled on the table. "Why me?" I asked. She shook her head. "No one knows why. But you're a key, or at least you were. That's why they keep coming. And why you keep forgetting." A cold knot tightened in my stomach. I remembered the strangers, the way they looked at me, like I was a puzzle missing a piece they needed to find. And the footsteps last night. Someone was watching, waiting. We talked for an hour, but the cafe's warmth felt like a fragile shield against the chill outside. Eleanor said she had ways to track the messages, to find the source, but it meant going deeper into a world I didn't want to know. A world where your own mind could betray you. When I left, the rain had stopped, leaving the streets slick and shining under the weak afternoon sun. I walked home slowly, tasting the damp air, hearing the distant hum of traffic and a dog barking somewhere down an alley. Every shadow seemed heavier now, every reflection in shop windows a stranger's face. Back in my apartment, I sat at my desk, staring at the note again. The words blurred. I rubbed my eyes, trying to hold on to the last fragments of my morning memories. Then my phone buzzed. Another message, this time from a new number. They're closer than you think. Cold. The words spread through me like ice water. I looked toward the window. The city stretched out, indifferent and vast. But somewhere in that expanse, the storm was gathering. And I was right in the middle of it. I needed to know the truth, even if it meant losing myself completely. That night, the city didn't sleep. I traced my finger over the screen, the glass cool and smooth beneath my skin, and wondered who they really were. Not just the strangers who mirrored me, but whoever was orchestrating this. It dawned on me then, this wasn't random. It was planned. Every encounter, every erased memory, every flicker of confusion had a purpose. I wasn't just losing pieces of myself, I was being rewritten. The apartment felt smaller, the air, cold and heavy with silence thick with the scent of stale coffee and something faintly metallic, like old pennies or rust. I pulled open the window a crack and let in the damp night air. Somewhere below, the faint scrape of tires on wet asphalt, the hum of a distant subway train, and a dog barking twice before silence claimed the street again. I sat back, rubbing my temples. The last few days played on repeat in my mind, like a broken record skipping on the same beat. Meeting those other versions of me, people who knew my favorite book, my first job, the way I always ordered decaf at that little cafe down the street had been unsettling enough. But now it felt like a trap snapping tighter around me. There was no going back. No retreat. I'd crossed a line I couldn't uncross. I needed answers. But the deeper I dug, the less I trusted what I found. Morning came too fast. The sun filtered weakly through threadbare curtains, casting a pale glow over the cluttered desk. I hadn't slept. The note, the message, it all swirled in a haze of doubt and dread. I brewed a cup of tea, the steam rising in lazy curls, carrying the bitter smell of the leaves. I sipped slowly, trying to steady my shaking hands. I'd spent the night compiling everything I had, dates, names, places, snippets of conversations from the strangers who claimed to be me. I printed a list, each line a reminder of how fractured I'd become. Something dawned on me, I wasn't just losing memories. I was losing control. A knock at the door startled me. My heart stuttered, and the mug slipped from my fingers, clattering on the floor. I didn't answer right away. The knock came again, more insistent this time. "Hey, it's me." The voice was low, cautious, familiar. I peeked through the peephole. Sarah, my coworker, the one who'd noticed I'd been off lately, who'd pressed me for answers. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. If they were watching, maybe she was involved too. Maybe not. I unlocked the door. Sarah stepped in, carrying a worn backpack and that same worried look she always wore when she thought someone was about to break. She glanced around, eyes lingering on the mess, the scattered papers. "I tried calling," she said. No answer. "You okay?" I shrugged, trying to sound casual but failing. "I don't know. Things feel off. Like I'm losing myself." She sat down at the edge of the bed. You're not the only one. I've been noticing weird stuff too. People asking about you, strangers. And you disappearing for hours. How long have you known? Not long. But I've been keeping an eye out. I don't want to believe it, but it's like someone's rewriting reality. Her words echoed my own fears. She pulled a crumpled envelope from her bag, slid it across the table. Found this in the mailbox this morning. No return address. Looks like someone's been watching both of us. Inside, a single photo. It showed me, well, one of the versions of me standing in front of my apartment, looking over his shoulder. The timestamp was yesterday afternoon, the exact moment I was meeting the stranger at the cafe. I swallowed hard. They're tracking me. Tracking us. Sarah nodded. And I think they want something. But I don't know what. We sat in silence for a moment, the weight of it settling between us. Then she looked up, eyes sharp. We can't just wait for them to come to us. We need to find out who's behind this. I wanted to argue. To say no, I'd handle it alone. But the truth was, I was too tired, too fractured. I nodded. Good, she said. I've been digging around. There's a pattern, people who vanish after meeting their doubles. Places that show up again and again in their lives. I think if we follow that thread, we might find the source. Sounds like a trap. Maybe. But what choice do we have? We agreed to meet that evening, to follow the breadcrumbs together. I felt a flicker of hope, quickly smothered by the sinking realization that once I stepped into this deeper game, there was no turning back. The day dragged. Every face in the street felt like a mask. Every reflection in a window seemed to flicker with someone else's eyes. I kept checking my phone, half expecting another message. None came. But when night fell and Sarah arrived, something had changed. The city outside was quieter, more oppressive. The streetlights flickered, casting long, twitching shadows. The wind smelled of rain, cold and sharp. We moved quickly, slipping through alleyways and side streets, following a thread of addresses and names Sarah had uncovered. Each place was eerily familiar, like a distorted echo of my own memories. A coffee shop that looked like the one I worked in. A park bench where I'd once sat reading. But always with subtle differences that made my stomach twist. At one point, Sarah stopped, her voice barely above a whisper. Look. Ahead, through a cracked window, we saw a room filled with screens, each showing a different angle of a city I knew too well. On one screen, a figure sat at a desk alone, but unmistakably me. I blinked, the hairs on my arms rising. Is that me? Sarah shook her head. I don't know. But whoever's running this has been watching us all along. The door behind us slammed. I spun around, breath caught in my throat. The hallway was empty. No footsteps. No sign of anyone. We're not alone, Sarah whispered. I wanted to run, but my legs felt leaden. My mind reeled. If this was true, if someone was controlling every step, erasing memories, replacing me, what was left of me? And how much longer could I hold on to the fragments before I disappeared completely? The screens flickered again. Then, on one, a message appeared in stark white letters. You can't hide. Not anymore. My throat tightened. The point of no return wasn't just a line I'd crossed. It was a trap closing in. And the question was no longer who I was. It was whether I'd survive long enough to find out. The message blinked on the screen again, stark and unyielding. You can't hide. The door slammed behind us, hard and final. I whipped around, eyes scanning the empty hallway, the echo bouncing off the cold concrete walls. No footsteps. No shadow. Just that eerie quiet, like the whole building was holding its breath. My fingers trembled, brushing against the rough plaster of the wall, grounding me. The roughness was real. The cold sweat on my neck was real. But what else was real anymore? Sarah's voice came low, barely a whisper. "We're not alone." I nodded, even though I didn't believe it. Not really. How could we be alone when the whole place felt rigged like a trap? Cameras, screens, endless corridors with no exits. This was a cage, and the keeper was invisible. "Maybe they want us to panic," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. "If we do, they win." She glanced at me, eyes sharper now, like she was trying to read my face for cracks. "Then we don't panic." I swallowed hard. Panicking felt inevitable. My mind was a chaos of blurred memories, each one slipping away faster than I could hold on to it. Every time I thought I'd found myself, another version showed up, another stranger who knew me better than I knew myself. And now, this place, this unseen puppeteer pulling strings I couldn't even see. I stepped closer to the screens, each flickering frame showing pieces of a city I knew too well, but twisted, mirrored, uncertain. One showed a figure sitting at a desk, the same slumped shoulders, the same restless fingers tapping out an anxious rhythm. The face was mine, but the eyes held a strange vacancy that made my stomach twist. "Is that really me?" I asked, voice barely above a breath. Sarah didn't answer. She just shook her head, her gaze flicking between the screens like she was searching for a clue hidden in the static. Then, the screen shifted. The figure disappeared, replaced by a grainy close-up of a notebook. Pages filled with handwriting, my handwriting. Notes from years ago, moments I thought were locked away. But the words were different, rearranged, distorted. The sentences twisted into something unrecognizable. My breath caught. They've been rewriting my past. Sarah's fingers flew over the keyboard, pulling up files, images, videos. Or maybe they've been writing it for us all along. The room seemed to shrink around us. The lights flickered, casting jittery shadows that danced like ghosts on the walls. I rubbed my temples, trying to push back the throbbing headache that had settled there. My memories felt like sand slipping through a sieve, each grain lost, irretrievable. Then came a sound. A soft creak, distant but deliberate. We froze. The hallway beyond the door was still empty, but the air shifted, charged with something I couldn't name. A presence. Not human, not quite. Not yet. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. Sarah nodded slowly. "Yeah." Her voice was tight, controlled, but the tension in her jaw betrayed her calm. "We need to move," I said, voice rough. "Before whoever's out there decides to get closer." She hesitated, then nodded. We turned away from the screens and stepped into the corridor. The cold linoleum under my shoes echoed with each step. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, some flickering like they'd give out any second. The smell of damp concrete and something metallic, blood, hung faintly in the air. We moved cautiously, pressing close to the wall. Every shadow seemed to stretch longer, darker, alive. Then, a door at the end of the hall creaked open just a crack. I caught a glimpse of something inside, a room lit by a single bare bulb, walls lined with photographs. Faces. Hundreds of them. All of me. Not just me, but the other versions, the strangers who shared my life story, the ones who erased my memories. Each photo was a frozen moment, a shard of identity scattered across the walls like a gallery of broken mirrors. I stepped forward, drawn like a moth to a flame I knew would burn me. My fingers brushed the cold glass of a frame. The picture inside was of my childhood bedroom, but the toys were different, the posters on the wall rearranged. A memory I didn't recognize. "Who does this?" I asked, voice barely steady. From the shadows, a figure stepped forward. Tall, thin, wearing a plain jacket that swallowed their frame. The face was obscured under the hood, but the eyes gleamed sharp and knowing. "You've been asking who's behind this," the voice said, calm but cold. "I'm the one who's been rewriting your story, because your story isn't finished." "Not yet." I swallowed hard, the taste of metal thick on my tongue. "Why? Why do this to me?" The figure smiled, but it didn't reach their eyes. "Because you're special. Because you're the key to something bigger than you realize. And because if you lose yourself now, if you give in to the chaos, then everything we've built falls apart." I shook my head. "I don't understand." "You will," they said, stepping closer. The air grew colder, the shadows deeper. "But first, you need to remember something very important." I blinked, heart pounding so hard it felt like it would burst. Then the room tilted. The faces on the wall blurred into one another. The photographs warped. My knees buckled, and I caught myself against the frame, breathing ragged. "Remember who you are," the figure said, voice low and urgent. "Before you forget everything." The last thing I saw before the lights went out was my own face, twisted in fear, confusion, and something like recognition. And then, darkness. Silence. Complete silence. When I came to, the room was empty. The photographs were gone. The screens were dark. And the door behind me was locked tight. I was alone. Or at least, I thought I was. But somewhere deep inside, a whisper stirred. A fragment of memory, or maybe a warning. I wasn't sure which. The trap had closed. And now it was waiting for me to break. The door didn't budge. I sank to the floor, my back against the wall, and my hands trembling in my lap. The last thing I remembered was that figure's voice, low and urgent, telling me to remember who I was before I forgot everything. The command echoed in my mind, but the harder I tried to grasp it, the more it slipped away, like a ghost dissolving into mist. A faint scent floated in the air, something metallic, like old pennies or an overused coin purse. It made my stomach twist. I blinked, and the whisper came again, deeper this time, buried beneath a rush of static in my ears. Was it a memory? Or just my imagination playing tricks in a room that seemed designed to trap me in my own mind? I closed my eyes and tried to breathe through the mounting panic. One breath. 2 breaths. The air was surprisingly cool, but it wasn't fresh. It tasted stale, like the same recycled atmosphere you find in underground parking garages or long-forgotten basements. I didn't want to think about how long I'd been here. Had it been minutes? Hours? I had no idea. Time was another thing slipping away. I pulled my knees closer, pressing my forehead against my arms. I wasn't sure if the fear was about the room or what I was losing inside myself. The memories, the people, the moments, the tiny details that made me who I was were vanishing. Each encounter with those strangers had carved out pieces of me, and now I was a hollow shell, trying to hold on to something I could no longer name. The thought made my throat tighten. I swallowed hard, saliva drying up in my mouth. I had to stay focused. I had to find a way out. Then, a faint click echoed in the stillness. I jerked upright, heart hammering. The door unlocked. Slowly, as if someone was letting me go. I didn't hesitate. I pushed it open and stumbled into the hall beyond. The cold fluorescent lights flickered above, casting long, jittery shadows on the cracked linoleum floor. The corridor stretched out in front of me, empty, except for the faint hum of a ventilation system somewhere beyond the walls. Distant footsteps echoed, too rhythmic to be random. Someone was there. Or something. I forced myself to move forward, one careful step after another, the smell of damp concrete and old paint filling my nostrils. The walls were lined with peeling wallpaper, faded floral patterns that looked like they belonged in a different century. The air smelled sharp, metallic, and stale, like the room, but diluted, spread thin. As I walked, the footsteps grew louder, closer. I ducked into a narrow alcove, heart pounding so hard I thought it would break through my rib cage. The sound passed by, slow and deliberate. I held my breath, pressed my back flat against the wall. I could feel the rough plaster digging into my skin through my shirt. When the footsteps faded, I exhaled sharply and kept moving. I didn't know where I was going, but it had to be better than standing still in a locked room, losing myself piece by piece. I found a stairwell and climbed up, the metal steps cold beneath my palms as I gripped the railing. The sound of my own breathing was loud, ragged, echoing off the concrete walls. At the top, I pushed open a heavy metal door into a dimly lit office. Papers were scattered across a desk, and a half-empty coffee cup sat abandoned, the bitter smell of stale caffeine thick in the air. I sank into a swivel chair, my fingers tracing the edge of a crumpled photograph. It was a picture of me, smiling, younger, untouched by this madness, but something was wrong. The background was blurred, and the faces beside me were different. Strangers. Or maybe versions of me I'd never met. The lines between reality and echo blurred. I tried to piece it all together. The strangers who shared my life, down to the smallest detail. The erasing of memories after each encounter. The voice urging me to remember before I forgot. Was I losing myself, or was the real me trapped somewhere beneath layers of falsehood? A sudden noise behind me made me jump. A door creaked open, and a figure stepped in. Not the shadowy presence from before, but someone familiar, an older woman with tired eyes and a soft voice. "Are you okay?" she asked, stepping closer. "You've been gone a long time." I blinked, trying to place her. The memory was there, but faint, like a song I almost remembered. I don't know," I admitted. "I've been somewhere I shouldn't." She nodded slowly, pulling a blanket from a nearby chair and draping it over my shoulders. "You're safe now. We've been worried." The room smelled faintly of lavender and something clean. Her hands were warm as she touched my arm, grounding me. For the first time in what felt like forever, the edges of my panic softened. "Who are you?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. She smiled faintly. "Someone who remembers the real you. And who's been trying to find you." I wanted to believe her, but the hollowness inside me whispered otherwise. I had been fractured, split into pieces scattered among strangers who might be me but weren't. Was there even a real me left to find? Hours passed in that quiet room. The woman told me stories, fragments of my life she had kept safe, facts only I could know. Small things, the name of my childhood dog, the flavor of my favorite ice cream, the exact words my mother said before she left. Each detail stitched a thread back into my unraveling self. The memories didn't flood back all at once, they came slow, tentative, like hesitant rain on dry earth. But they came. I closed my eyes and let them wash over me, the warmth of familiarity building inside. Maybe I wasn't lost after all. Maybe I was still here, beneath the erasing and the shadows. When I finally stood up to leave, the woman's voice stopped me. "Be careful," she said. "There are others. They want to take more from you." I nodded, the weight of her warning settling deep in my chest. I didn't know who they were, or why they wanted to erase me. But I knew this wasn't over. Outside, The night had thickened. The city was quiet except for a distant dog barking and the soft rustle of wind through bare branches. I breathed it in, the cold, the damp, the faint scent of rain, and felt something flicker inside me, resolve. I wouldn't forget who I was. Not completely. Not yet. I stepped into the darkness, aware that every shadow could hold another version of myself, waiting to take what was left. But for the first time, I felt a fragile strength, a fragile hope. Because some part of me was still real. And it was still fighting.